Armando, are you checking to make sure that what you're playing in copyright? Is that how you're avoiding it?
Oh, I ain't worried about it. The only thing that gets me bad I see is pornography.
Yeah, I think we'll do that anytime soon.
I don't know. Okay, puppy, I'm going over there right now. I ain't worried about it though. I think the only thing that gets muted was that little portion of the video during that minute. I'm not too sure what happens, man. I've never even revisited an old video that I did here. I keep moving forward, man. You know what I mean? I just keep moving forward.
Right.
Hey, I'm with you. What's up with the Illuminati shit you were talking about? You were talking about eating children. I think they play an act. I don't really think they do the act for real. Go over there right now, woman. You heard though? I think it's a play. I don't think they're actually. What you think?
I don't know, man. I think there's real blood sacrifice that goes on, if that's what you're talking about.
Say that again. I was walking downstairs and go ahead. Say that again.
I think there's real blood sacrifices that go on, if that's what you're talking about.
No, I believe that there's sacrifices that goes on. But what I'm saying is that I don't think the Bohemian Grove footage that you saw from Alex Jones, I think that was a play. I don't really think that was done like that. I don't think those kind of things go down like that, like as far as like a festival. It looked like they were having a party. Satanic party, by the way. Very satanic, but you know.
Yeah, the owl is the owl of Minerva. Minerva is
Yeah, I know who that is. That's
goddess.
Moloch.
Yeah.
That's the golden calf, bro. Same thing. All that shit. That's Baal, all them statues. Elijah went around cursing people out for worshiping.
Yeah, Elijah was cool, dude. If God took him, like,
right?
he didn't even taste physical death.
He is though. I'm
Dude's
with you.
righteous. Come on up.
Yeah, Elijah is the man though.
I would like
Abraham was a gangster though. It took a lot, man. I mean, it took a lot. Abraham went through some shit for the belief in God. Go ahead, Ronan. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm gonna eat right now, so go ahead.
Well, don't choke trying to interrupt me. I was gonna ask about that Bohemian.
Nigga, what makes you think I won't come back in this bitch and curse you out, though, Ronan?
You bit.
All right, go ahead. Do you think?
You bit. I love it. It's called trolling. Anyway, I wanted to ask about that. Well, I had to obviously mute out and go back to the page and get this. But I wanted to ask about that Bohemian Grove idea. And well, Armando Vargas said it would look like some kind of ceremony. But the whole overall, to what end? To what end is this issue about Bohemian Grove, please?
Rondo's got his mouth full, so I'm going to shoot in the dark here. And also what I said earlier about Flatlanders and 2D and 3D and the sun, moon, and stars, that's also speculation. Well, not so much on the gamma rays, but what I'm about to say now is speculating. When you do a ritual, you often do a ritual to please someone. So if you get a girl pregnant and it's a shotgun wedding, a wedding is it's kind of a ceremony, but in a way it's a ritual. You do the shotgun wedding to please the father of the girl that you knocked up. So anytime you do a ritual, you're hoping to please someone. You're hoping to satisfy someone. If it's a blood sacrifice, you know, kind of like what we saw when we was growing up watching cartoons, you know, throw her in the volcano. You know, so the volcano gods don't get angry, you know, that's all ancient Greek stuff. You know, yeah, you do ceremonies to appease.
Well,
we know that they're not.
Oh, okay. It's still kind of confusing. I understand shotgun wedding, it appeases the father because the father is holding the shotgun. Okay, he's holding the shotgun. Okay, that's okay, terrestrial on Earth. But the idea of a ceremony to a volcano, for example, or a volcano god, as they say, but it doesn't change anything. Well, we're talking the real shotgun wedding and the imagined, a god, because there's no evidence for it, and you're trying to appease it, yet the volcano is going to erupt at a later point in time. If the volcano is appeased once, like the father being appeased once, and the guy that got his daughter pregnant, well, he's married to her, and that's okay. That's what goes on for the rest of their lives, you know, in the normal circumstances of yet the year. But the appeasing of a volcano, well, that volcano is going to erupt again. It's not going to be like the husband is not going to be married to the girl, and there is going to be another shotgun wedding. So like I said, that's terrestrial. But the spiritual aspect, appeasing a god, I don't see that point in terms of ceremony, because it just doesn't work out in modern times. I can understand in ancient times, the biblical, pre-biblical, island, you know, the volcano god needs a sacrifice, or the Aztecs, right, cutting hearts out, right, to get a good harvest. But I mean, there has been famine after they cut hearts out, and volcanoes have erupted after they appeased the god with a sacrifice. So that was basically back to the original question: to what end, if it doesn't change anything in that future?
Sacrifices always should be appeased, but really, you know, is that really what's going to happen? We're told not to trust every spirit, and if any spirit is on the evil side, then he's doing the work of the biggest liar of all time. So if you're dealing with, let's say, a Ouija board, you know, that's something that everybody can think about. The message you get from the Ouija board isn't necessarily going to be true, because the Ouija board can answer 5 questions, tell 4 truths and 1 lie, and put the lie in the middle, and the average person isn't going to know. I mean, that's how great lies are told. Surrounded and shrouded by truth. So to what end, I don't know. I'm not part of that group, so I couldn't tell you, but I could speculate that they're trying to appease some god somewhere. But that's just off the top of my head. I don't know why they do these ceremonies. Why does anyone do a ceremony?
Oh, well,
why do people do sacrifices? You know, the Indians. Sorry, go ahead. The Native American used to sacrifice, you know, their favorite bow, or their, you know, favorite tool, you know, to some sort of god. I remember stories about that. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a human sacrifice. It could be, in a way, carrying your cross is a sacrifice. I guess it's giving up something as a gift to them. Like,
some people
I really like my car. So.
Like me and you would never do a thing like drinking children's blood, but there's some people out there who are fucked up that would. It's fucking mad, isn't it? The way people are so different. It's the rich people. It's you Americans. It's the media and the fucking rich Americans that are doing all this. You don't hear that going on over here. Like, Americans always say, oh, a UFO abducted me, or this or that, or all these mad stories. All America. fucking nuts.
Well, the way I see it, it's like it's history, right? In the past, man in general was ignorant about science, so they made up something, whether it's to appease a volcano or what the Indians did, or what any culture does in terms of appeasement or a gift to a god. Appeasement because they think they did something wrong or didn't do anything right, or a gift to a god in the hopes of a better harvest in the future. They didn't know or understand like climate or science or anything of that sort that dealt with actual observation, testing, retesting, independent verification, because they still had the basic mindset of survival, and they didn't know how to explain it, so they made something up, a god, whether it was stars, whether it was the so-called heavens and the earth, like the American Indian, or multiple gods, like the Hindu, the Egyptians, for example. You know, in all sorts of different cultures did it all sorts of different ways, not knowing any better. And that's been carried forward thinking that would be the best idea. But fundamentally, it's only the idea of maintaining control, you know, from the original generations. So one specific group has total control. What that was, like I said, based on ignorance at the time. And the only reason they came into power was because...
Want to know how to win a brand new free car? I'm doing a free...
Mic up.
Sorry, that came on. I tried to press mute. I'll put this video up if you're interested. I'll just hold on a sec. I'll just put on the screen share. Bella, shut your yapping mouth before I shut it for you. I'm joking.
Roman numerals. You add it up from 5.
That's what they say about Obama's name. It comes up to 666
C
or
is
something.
100. A is 001. I've added it up for y'all right here. You get all the way down here. It equals 666. And he wears it on his crown. Revelation 13, verse 18 says, verse 18, here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast. For it is the number of a man. Only the Pope can wears that crown. That's only the Pope's crown. So it is concerned one man. One man. And at the end of verse 17, it says, or the number of his name. The number of his name. He has this name. This is his title. He gave himself this title. The Vicegerent. That's why I kept saying that name. The Vicegerent of the Son of God. That's what this means. When you add it up, it comes to 666. The number of the name, the number of the name, the number of a man. Only the Pope is allowed to call himself that. Only the Pope. Only the Pope. Now I'm gonna read another guy. A Seventh-day Adventist name, Samuel Bakioki. Bakioki is spelled Baccioccii. Now he is the only. He was a Bible scholar, but he was the only Seventh-day Adventist Bible scholar that was given a golden medal. He was actually awarded a golden medal by Pope Paul VI. He was given a golden medal by Pope Paul VI. But guess what he said? The Pope was saying like, oh yeah, you're right. Guess what he said? Because he was the one who pointed out, You use this title all the time. You use this title all the time. And this is what he says. This is what Samuel Bakio.
I'm watching that show shit.
This is what Samuel. Shalom and God bless my brothers and sisters. Welcome to another Jinn for Jinn, Watchmen of Yahweh, where we're led by the truth and not by emotions, never sleeping, always watching. I'm your host and brother in Christ, David the Landscaper Morales, and today is another beautiful day that God has made. I know some of y'all heard about what's going on around the world. Everybody, well, around the nation, everybody, in uproar. All the Democrats are in uproar. And they're upset, crying and snotty nosed. And some of them are coming out talking about they want to kill themselves and whatnot. And they act like it's the end of the world. And it's because to them, Hillary Clinton was their God. They put all of their hope into that woman. And it's a shame because if Donald Trump
I had stepped away for a second.
On this planet, the people have so much courage. Here they are hurling through space on a molten rock at 67,000 miles an hour, and the only thing that keeps them from flying out of their shoes is their misplaced faith in gravity.
Their misplaced faith in gravity. Their misplaced faith in gravity.
That's right.
Hey guys, Stinky Cash once again. And real quick, I want to address the idea of the ice wall. And when we say the ice wall, what we mean by that. A lot of the people who are skeptical are saying, if there's this great ice wall, how come there's no pictures of it? Well, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures of the ice wall. So I think there are some misconceptions about what we mean when we say the ice wall. All we mean, when I say we, I mean myself and other flat earthers when we use the term ice wall, which is the wrong term to use. All we mean is the coast of Antarctica. And there are pictures of the coast of Antarctica and the Antarctic shelf all over the internet. This is the ice wall that we're referring to. Okay, so I think a lot of people think when we say ice wall, they're thinking about the wall on the exterior, like where I put this red circle. They're thinking about the absolute limit, like the wall of like a dome. Like if we were under the dome, they think when we say ice wall, that the ice wall is the dome or the wall that Truman reaches. They think we're talking about like an igloo wall. That's not what we mean. We're not talking about the exterior part of Antarctica. We're talking about the coast. Just the ice that surrounds the water, the container of the earth. The ice wall, it varies in height. It gets as high as about 2 miles at some places. I think it averages maybe a half-mile high. This is the container that holds the world's oceans in. Water always levels out and always takes the shape of its container. This model.
There's 22-year-long solar cycles of deadness and activity and deadness and activity. They started in the early Renaissance. They peaked out around World War II. And now that we're in cycle 24, the sun's going dead. And it's not creating an ionosphere. It's like the solar cycles are ending. So today the solar flux is 140 something. It should be 200 and something. So the sun's only operating at half power right now for this part of the cycle. So you don't have the ionosphere that you need in order to communicate to other parts of the world. It's all dissipated.
So ham radio is dying.
Well, I made it so there was no ham radio available for a year, the minimum of the cycle. Now we're at the maximum, and the maximum is no better than a minimum. So now the question is when it goes into the minimum in the next 7 years, how dead is the sun going to get? The last minimum, it got record dead. The solar flux never dropped below 60, ever. This time it went down to 58. And you couldn't communicate via the ionosphere. So the sun can be reconfiguring for a cold, dead cycle, like in the Dark Ages. There's a popular book written on the subject called Jupiter Effect.
Shit.
It's actually fairly accurate.
We are all going through a very deep and powerful spiritual metamorphosis individually and collectively as the human species. I believe there is a reason behind everything that occurs. It's my experience that there are no accidents or coincidences in this world. Nothing is by chance, ever. What's happening to the consciousness of everyone on our planet has many dimensions to it, and one of them is of astronomical proportions. Not many people on Earth know this. Yet on December 21st, 2012, all the planets in our solar system are perfectly aligned with each other in one straight row. If you don't believe it, download the Google Sky Map and see where they are right now, still in a straight row. For the first time, our Earth, Moon, all 9 planets in our solar system, our Sun and the Pleiades constellation, which is the star system that our Sun orbits, all came into direct perfect alignment with the massive black hole that exists at the very center of our Milky Way galaxy. Wow, talk about a special time to be alive on the planet. The really amazing fact is that this perfect alignment only happens once every 200 plus million years. One of the most interesting facts about our galaxy is that there is a black hole which is millions of miles in diameter at the very center. It gives you a small
You said that I am, like all creatures, the light. This flatters me, but I admit I do not understand quite well.
All computer
Why should
voices.
you understand, Mr. Smith? Just believe it. Everything is light. In one of its rays, the fate of nations. Each nation has its own ray in the great source of light, which we see as the sun. And remember, no one who had existed is dead. They transformed into the light, and so still exist. The secret lies in the fact that the light particles restore their original state.
This is the resurrection.
I prefer to call it return to the previous energy. Christ and some others knew the secret. I did some research how to preserve human energy. It is a form of light, sometimes equal to the heavenly light. I have not done the research for myself, but for the good of all. I believe that my discoveries will make life easier and more bearable to people, and direct them to spirituality and morality.
Do you think that time can be blocked?
Not quite, because the first feature of the energy is that it transforms. It is in perpetual transformation, as well as clouds of Taoists. But it is possible to leverage the fact that man preserves consciousness after the earthly life. In every corner of the universe there are different kinds of energy of life. One of them is immortality, and its origin is beyond man, waiting for him. The universe is spiritual, and we are only the half of that. The universe is more moral than we, and we should get to know its nature and to harmonize our lives with it. I am not scientist. Science is perhaps the most convenient way to find the answer to the question that haunts and disturbs me all days and nights.
What is the question?
How your eyes lit up. What I wanted to know is, what happens to a falling star and the sun that goes out? Stars fall like dust or seeds in this or other worlds, and the sun spreads in our minds, in the lives of many creatures, in what it will be reborn as new light, or the cosmic wind spreads in the infinite universe. I understand that it is necessary and it is included in the structure of the universe. The fact is, though, that one of these stars and one of these suns, even the smallest, are saved.
But, Mr. Tesla, it is clear what is necessary and is included in the constitution of the world.
When man understands that his highest goal must be to run for a falling star and try to catch it, he will understand that his life was given to him because of this and will be saved. At the end he will catch the star.
And what will happen then?
The Creator will laugh and say, "It fell only to make you run for it and catch it."
But isn't it contrary to the cosmic pain, which you often mention in your writings? And what is this cosmic pain?
No, they are not opposites because we are on Earth. It is a disease of which existence most people are not aware. So, many other diseases, suffering, evil, misery, wars, and everything what makes human life absurd and terrible. This disease cannot be completely cured, but awareness of it will make it less difficult and dangerous. Whenever one of my near and dear people were hurt, I felt physical pain. This is because our bodies are made from a similar material, and our souls are related with unbreakable wires. The incomprehensible sadness that sometimes overwhelmed us means that somewhere on the other side on this planet, a child or generous man died. In some periods, the entire universe is tired of itself and of us. Disappearance of a star and the appearance of comets will affect us more than we can imagine. The relationships among the creatures on Earth are even stronger. Because of our feelings and thoughts, the flower will scent even more beautiful or will fall in silence. We must learn this truth in order to be healed. Remedy is in our hearts and in the heart of the animal that we call the universe.
Did you hear that bang then?
We are daily being exposed to a steady diet of agenda-driven news media where even the most aware individual could be easily deceived as the propaganda machines of mainstream media and government sources continue to churn out what they want the masses to see.
President, earlier this year you told us you had ordered your administration to cease and desist on payments to journalists to promote your agenda. You cited the need for ethical concerns and the need for a bright line between the press and the government. Your administration continues to make the use of video news releases, which are prepackaged news stories sent to television stations, fully aware that some or many of these stations will air them without any disclaimer that they are produced by the government. Comptroller General of the United States this week said that raises ethical questions. Does it raise ethical questions about the use of government money to produce stories about the government that wind up being aired with no disclosure that they were produced by the government?
There's a Justice Department opinion that says these pieces are within the law so long as they're based upon facts, not advocacy. And I expect our agencies to adhere to that ruling, to that Justice Department opinion. It's been a long-standing practice of the federal government to use these types of videos. Agricultural Department, as I understand, has been using these videos for a long period of time. The Defense Department, other departments have been doing so. It's important that the
Well, so the fight is now over in Aleppo, Syria's second largest city.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we live in extraordinary times. We all know the crises we are facing. We are confronted with them every day. The war in Syria, the unprecedented numbers of people on the move, the terrible specter of climate change.
The evacuation was arranged under a ceasefire deal brokered by Turkey and Russia this week to allow rebels to withdraw from the last remaining sliver of East Aleppo under their control.
Let's start with your second question. So, international organizations on the ground. Tell me which ones are on the ground in Eastern Aleppo. Yeah, okay, I'll tell you, there are none. There are none. These organizations are relying on the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. They're relying on compromised groups like the White Helmets, which, let's talk about the White Helmets. The White Helmets were founded in 2013 by a British ex-military officer. They have been funded to the tune of $100 million by the US, UK, and Europe and other states. They purport to be rescuing civilians in Eastern Aleppo and Idlib, yet no one in Eastern Aleppo has heard of them. And I say no one, bearing in mind that now 95% of these areas of Eastern Aleppo are liberated. The White Helmets purport to be neutral, yet they can be found carrying guns and standing on the dead bodies of Syrian soldiers. And their video footage actually contains children that have been recycled in different reports. So you can find a girl named Aya who turns up in a report in month, say, August, and she turns up in the next month in 2 different locations. So they are not credible. The SOHR is not credible. Unnamed activists are not credible. Once or twice, maybe, but every time, not credible. So your sources on the ground, you don't have them.
The world has changed rapidly, and governments and international organizations are struggling to adapt.
You know, this time of year, the safest phrase for many people is simply to say happy holidays. But a recent article from Texas Woman's University says even using the term holiday can be, risque for some and, not inclusive enough.
One college wants to do away with another common phrase, holiday party. As first reported in Campus Reform, Texas Women's University seems to believe that holiday is no longer inclusive, preferring the term end of semester parties instead.
As word of this got out, as you might imagine, it started to raise a few eyebrows, even among college students. I mean, if you can't say happy holidays, what can you say?
God bless us, everyone.
It is the famous line from Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, but is it also the line that got an elementary school play canceled?
That's what a lot of parents are saying after reports 2 parents complained about the line.
God bless us, everyone.
It's the famous line from A Christmas Carol, the Charles Dickens holiday classic. It's also a tradition here at Centerville Elementary to hear it performed by 5th graders each December. Until this year. This year's play canceled after 40-some years.
I was very surprised.
Sorry, I found all them rather boring. Fucking Americans again, isn't he? what he's like. La 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 in the morning. Aye, 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 aye.
Earlier we was talking about human sacrifice and blood sacrifice. Like on mountains, they found like little children sacrificed and petrified or mummified. I think mummified is the best way to say it. And they're always, facing the east where the sun rises. And this is indicative of sun worshipping cults or sun worshippers. And I think even the South Americans buried their dead facing the east in not a crouch position, but a cradle position. What is it called when the baby comes out? I can't think what it's called. Anyway, so the cultures that bury their dead facing the sun or facing the east, I kind of think they all have that same thing in common. It's because of the sunrise, and like Ronan said earlier, I guess that kind of makes sense, from a primitive. But how primitive were our ancestors? I don't.
Yeah, but these are the elite that's meant to be doing it, like people in power, like people who make rules up. They seem to be the ones who are doing it.
Yeah, I think so, Petra.
Fucked up world, it really is.
Well, we always see these cave drawings, and we assume that these were drawn by primitive non-Homo sapiens, and sometimes I feel like what if they were just waiting out a snow day or an ice storm?
Hey, I'm not a Homo sapien. I don't want to be human, mate. Humans are the worst fucking species going. Don't be proud to be human. You've done fuck all. Meat puppets. These are UFO sightings 2016, 10 hours ago, a day ago. I've seen UFOs like. There's lights right outside my house now, and if the camera could pick up on them, and I'll show you. I'll see if it works in a minute. There's lights right outside my house. That unexplainable. Like that.
I see lights in the sky all the time, and
Not in the sky, it's in the water.
oh, in the water, UFO. That's a USO. Yeah. Unidentified submergent.
Look, they say space is water. Water is space. You know, under the sea, same thing. I saw drones. I took the dog for a walk in the park one day, and in the background there's some trees, and I heard this mechanical noise, like and all these drones started coming out from behind the tree with little balls, like they were like hang gliders but small. I couldn't see anyone controlling them, but there's loads of them, so I ran away like. Look, all them cows running that way.
I used to be really big into the UFO and aliens thing. In fact, it was not that long ago that I was quoting someone, and I was talking about Copernicus and the Catholic Church, and I said, the Bible is to tell us how to go to heaven. The Bible does not tell us how the heavens go, I think is loosely how the quote goes. And it was pretty much telling the Catholic Church to butt out, mind your own business. We're going to do it this way. And of course, I was under Hegelian science, and I didn't realize I was being tricked. But at the time, I was like, how dare they persecute scientists, which still, that part's still true. How dare you persecute someone, whether they're a math magician or what have you. But yeah, not that long ago, I was caught up in that paradigm. Beer back. So not that long ago, I was making arguments, against flat earthers. And my favorite insult when someone didn't believe in quote unquote science, which I realize now there's different kinds of science. There's pseudoscience, empirical science. But if someone didn't believe my pseudoscience that I was talking about, like the cosmonaut that has the world record for traveling through space or traveling through time more than anyone else, he's like split second older than its twin, or some stupid shit. And I was like arguing this with people, and when they wouldn't accept it, I'm like, look, here's the Guinness Book of World Records. You know, here's the cosmonaut. Here's his name. When they wouldn't accept it, I would say, what are you, some kind of flat earther? You know, you can't accept the science. I was so much like Ronan. Not that long ago. This was not even 5 years ago, guys. I believed in evolution, Big Bang cosmology. And how did I miss it? It's embarrassing. How did I miss it?
Hey, Roland. Ronan.
And for me to even give that much credibility to the Catholic Church by saying the church is supposed to tell you how to get to heaven, not how the heavens go, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I think I've always known the Catholic Church wasn't for me. The only time I ever stepped foot on, I guess, their holy ground is when I was playing football when I was a kid. You know, they had a big open field that I played football in. Street football or tag or whatever. But yeah, I've definitely gone through a paradigm shift, and I don't ever think there's going to be anything to bring me back. There's something called the Jaronism effect, and that's a stupid name for something, but it's basically when you're on, all right, put the sun in the center, and then that's heliocentric model, and you put the Earth on the left side in January, and night time is going to be to the far left side of the solar system. And then 6 months later to the day, hour, minute, and second later, it's July the 1st. And the sun is in the same spot, and the Earth is now on the right side. And the night sky is going to be to the far right side of the universe because you can't see the stars during the day, and the sun is always in the middle. So then my question is simple. How is it possible that I can see Orion year-round? Because if January he's on the other end of the universe or solar system, how could 6 months later he's still in the sky? Because that part of the sky has been completely covered up by sunlight. And I guess that's what did it for me. Because I'm not an amateur astronomer, but I have peaked, you know, my whole life at, you know, solar eclipses and lunar eclipses, and I've seen the transit of Venus. You know, I'm not on the level like D-Beck, but I can see that star system year-round.
Right.
And I've known it, like, for a very long time, that year-round you can see Orion. Well, how is Orion on the left side of the universe and the right side of the universe, and on the equinoxes. How is Orion on all sides of the universe?
Good point, Hank.
It's not possible. It's just not possible. And I'm at the 33rd parallel, so Polaris is 33 degrees above the horizon where I live.
Right.
In Texas.
Yep.
And Pallades is almost directly over my head. And Pallades is always almost directly over my head. And then a little bit to the south, there is Orion.
Right.
And it's never changed. It never will, as long as I'm alive.
I was trying to get my head around a similar explanation from Poncho, where he was saying, when you think about where the Earth is now, and then you think 6 months into the future, and the Earth is on the other side of the moon,
right?
But the other side of the Earth is lit up, but it's also still 12 o'clock in the daytime, but it's dark on the other side.
Right.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
I've still been trying to get my head around that and how that all works.
Well, I can tell you how they explain it. This is what I get accused of not doing. The official narrative is the Earth rotates 361 degrees per day.
Right.
So that's why in July it's dark in Africa, and January it's noon. It's not noon in Africa. So the planet is spinning around, and that's how they're doing it, I think. That's how they explain it. Now, for me, that sounds, too much like design and clockwork. So I don't know if I accept that explanation.
Yeah, I haven't heard the explanation. That I guess that kind of makes sense. But like I seen it as exactly 12 months on, as in the Earth has spun. It takes 24 hours to spin. It has spun, for 6 months, and it's spinning on that same amount. So time would be the same, but the Earth would be on the other side of the sun, so it would be lighting up the other side, but it would still be the same time, but it would be daylight at 12 a.m. in the morning, at the peak of daylight. I don't know. I'm still trying to get my head around that one when Poncho described it, actually, because to me, in my mind, it doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm not understanding the explanation. And what's the Jeranism effect? I miss your description of that.
The Jeranism effect, the fact that we don't see, I've heard that there are seasonal stars, but I can't find any seasonal stars. Now, I think D-Beck would be the person to talk about that.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the stars that are over my head, and as the sun is stationary, allegedly, and the moon goes around it, we should see different stars at different parts of the year, because our night window, and the reason I say it's a window because you can't see the stars during the day, our night window is constantly changing as we go around the sun, kind of like if you were driving in a circle around the car, and your passenger has got their head pressed up against the glass, their view is going to change as you're going 360 degrees around, a very bright light that you can't see anything in the center. So let's say they're going around a luminous fountain lit up very bright.
I know it takes really, really fine instruments to measure the star movement over like long periods of time, because they move so little because they're so far away. It's like if you were driving in a car and you were looking at a mountain 10 miles away, and you were trying to predict your speed or your movement by looking at that mountain, which is very hard to do. Well, in human sense. That's why they appear to move so, like they appear in the exact same spot, but they've moved so ever slightly. But it's not so ever slightly because it's millions of miles to us on the Earth. But it appears so ever slightly because those stars are so far away. You've heard all the explanations, Hank. You know how it is. They've got an explanation for everything.
Right.
I like flat Earth. It's made me meet some good people, but I think the denial of the information that we do know is a bit irregular. I think that's all I have the problem with FE.
Yeah,
but the good
Okay.
people are alright.
There's good people and bad people in every group.
Yeah, that's true.
I appreciate you being open-minded and not grilling me like that poor bastard on your avatar there. He looks like maybe he has been cooked a little too long.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you not throwing any rotten tomatoes at me and just asking questions. I'd much rather hear honest questions than get called all kinds of names. So I appreciate that. But yeah, that's, I guess that reason right there, the Orion thing, is the main reason that I'm questioning these things, because, you know, the shape of the Earth, man, I can't tell. But when you look at the stars, you know, you can tell. Picture you're in a shopping center, and you're in the middle with a fountain, and you're driving around the fountain, but there's different stores in a square all around the shopping center. So you got JCPenney and Bell's and, you know, the food places. And as you're driving around the circle, you're only looking out the passenger window if you're driving counterclockwise. And the stores are going to change as you drive around. Well, the Earth is doing the same thing as the car, but all you see is one store. For example, Orion is up there all year round. Now, there are certain parts of the world where you can see I think it's the Big Dipper circling. Yes, the Big Dipper that circles the pole star, and half of the year you can see the Big Dipper, and the other half of the year you can't. So there are seasonal stars. You know, I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying, how come I can see Orion, which is almost directly above my head? I should say Pleiades. How is it that I can see the Pleiades year-round if we're driving in a circle around the sun? It seems like we should have new constellations every 4 months to look at in our night sky, in our night window, or our passenger window.
Yeah, I think it's still down to scale. Like the stars are so very far away, it's hard to determine the small amount of movement that you'll witness in the mass amount of movement of the Earth, because those stars are so far away. It's like, you know, you look at a mountain in the distance while driving, and you could drive 200 meters to the right, and you could look at the mountain, and the mountain would still look the same. You know, you could still drive another 500 meters to the right, and the mountain would still look the same. Like, you couldn't understandably perceive its size change or distance it's moved away from you. Like our ability to determine those things aren't that good. Like we can judge traffic when a car's coming, you know, in another direction. We can judge the speed of that movement and that type of thing. But when things are in that type of distance and that type of size, it's very hard for us to judge, you know, especially when the movement is so microscopic. Even instruments have trouble, you know, measuring it.
Well, I think we're at 93 million miles away from the sun at all time, and quintillion and septillion miles away from the other stars.
The distances are just unfathomable in space. I agree there. We can't even understand them because we live on a scale of meters and kilometers. You know, it's even hard to imagine the scale of the Earth and how big it is. I even find it hard to imagine the scale of some of the engineering things that we've done like the tunnels we've dug. It's just pretty insane.
So yeah, let's do that same scenario with driving around the super bright fountain that you can't see anything on the driver's side of the car, but you can look out the passenger window. Now let's put J.C. Penney, 200 miles away. And when you're on, I guess, the January 1st position, you'd be looking out the window, and way in the distance you can see city lights, maybe if you're lucky, or if you got a good telescope. And you're on a flat plane, which nobody argues that the solar system is somewhat of a flat plane. All the planets are almost perfectly, except for Pluto. Pluto has a different orbit that is tilted off a little bit. It's not flat like the rest of the planets. But Earth is definitely going around sort of close to the equator of the sun. So let's say 200 miles away, you can see, let's say a big McDonald's sign or some shit. And then you drive around to the other side, you're no longer going to be able to see that big McDonald's sign because the fountain is in the way and the light is too powerful, kind of like overexposure for cameras, So even though, yes, the stars are very, very far away, I disagree with your scenario because you're still going to be in a position of a different point of view, and your perspective is completely changed as you're on the opposite.
Yeah, my example is bad in that circumstance.
It's okay, brother. We're all trying to figure it out, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely.
That's people always ask me, like, why are you flat earthers? Stupidest shit I've ever heard. Some people say. It's like, well, I mean, the stars don't lie.
The stars are a difficult one because the ballers, we use it to explain the movement of the Earth. The flat earthers tend to ask, I can't feel the spin, show me the spin. So we tend to say, oh, look at the stars movement and that type of thing. And when the movement, when you bring ideas like that into, it's good to think of. Definitely.
And I'm not saying this is definitive, for everyone in the world ever. I'm just saying this is what I see when I look out. When it's dark enough outside and the moon is down, and so is the sun at the same time, and I can actually see the Pleiades. I think it's about probably about midnight for me when Pleiades is directly over my head. It's the noon position for Pleiades, and I can see it. Like month after month, season after season. There's the Pleiades like directly over my head, and I love looking at them because they are so beautiful. You can just pull out some binoculars and see them quite well, or at least some of them. And it's just fascinating to me that I don't get a new constellation over my head every 4 months or every couple of months. But the sun has a different constellation that it goes through every month. I believe there's 12 constellations. Some people say 13, but forget about that 13th constellation for now. So the sun goes through its different houses, and the moon does too. The people with their horoscopes, they'll be like, the sun is in the house of Pisces and the moon is in the house of Virgo or some shit, They always say that, but I guess that's kind of why I think the sun, moon, and stars are moving. Well, of course, the planets or the wandering stars, they're moving too. But we never get, like, different stars. Like, I'm never going to see the constellation Virgo. I think it's in the southern hemisphere. Like, maybe Africa and Australia can see it. I can't see it. I'll never get to see that constellation. I don't think. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert, especially on this matter.
Oh, it's definitely a good question. But I'm not too well versed on all the star systems or any of that. Like, what you're telling me is something I'm learning, off the bat. So I can't really give, information. All I can put it up to is like, you know, a hill traveling towards you and trying to determine your speed, you know, by looking at the hill. I just think that would be a bit harder. Because, you know, to say that we're stationary, like, honestly, we are always stationary as a person. You know, our body moves and the world, we perceive the world moving around us, but our body is moving in one way or another all the time, even though we don't feel it. Like, you know, people always talk about trains and that type of thing, but, you know, you've heard it all before, Hank.
Yeah,
I've listened to you a fair bit.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And, you know, I know that there's constantly people in the text chat talking shit about me, but I don't care, man. I'm just a curious person. Always have been, always will be.
Oh, there'll always be shit talkers, you know. Even on the baller side, they seem to get upset. But I can see their frustration as well, because even on both sides, because, you know, people are just outright denying evidence people are preparing for each side, you know, and people just outright deny it without even, you know, witnessing the evidence. So there's a bit of frustration on both sides. But yeah, I don't think the name calling is necessary. I'm sure we can have a conversation without, you know, calling each other idiots because you have a different belief than me.
Right.
That's right.
But it does seem to antagonize people just holding another belief, unfortunately.
What bothers me is it seems to antagonize people just trying to understand someone else's belief, just trying to comprehend it. That's the part that, you know, annoys me. Like, if you start telling me that a white man's the devil, well, I'm a white man, you know, partially. And if you start providing, you know, good evidence, I'm probably not going to hear to it very well. But that's because it's a personal attack.
Right.
Now, if you say that this star system does this, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't believe that. That's not really a personal attack. It's more a challenge to my worldview.
Well, when I was first introduced to it, I was asking questions, and because I was asking the basic questions that had been answered over and over, the flat earthers would treat me like I was, you know, just another person asking those same questions. So, you know, it's hard from both perspectives, I find. But I can also, now that I've been around the flat earthers a bit more, I can see their perspective of frustration that I share.
You know, I kind of wonder, like, what's going to happen with this movement? You know, these people asking questions. If there ain't no truth to it, it's going to blow away like dust in the wind. But if there's anything to this we've been lied to thing that flat earthers are saying, then it's not going to go away. I think it was Buddha who said 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth.
There's a problem though. Some of the very prevalent flat earthers don't want questions. They don't want that type of thing. They would prefer to, you know, try and get their more detail to their side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like Scientology, same shit.
Exactly. Scientology doesn't want to be challenged, and there are several flat earthers that refuse to be challenged openly live in front of people.
But I find many flat earthers hold different beliefs of many subjects of different, you know, different conspiracies and that type of thing. Even some hold the belief, you know, in God and that type of thing, and some, you know, adamantly know that there's a creator because of flat earth, which brings them closer to a God in one way or another. So there is good aspects and bad that I can see.
Yeah, I've heard several times flat earthers saying that, you know, never in their wildest dreams they would imagine looking in the Bible, see what it says, and then they hear about the flat earth thing and they're like, you know, let's see what the Bible says about it. You know, people cracking open the Bible for the first time in decades just to see what the Bible says compared to, you know, what the science books say. That hasn't been done in a long time.
I don't know. I think some people use the Bible as an answer for a lot of things, where science can give us a lot of answers for other things as well. Like just medicine. If, you know, way back when people would get sick and die, you know, we would say that's a part of God's plan, but now we would do all we can to save them, because we've learned over time how to medically treat people. Like I don't think saying God is the answer for everything is a good idea, because it stops us from learning. Yeah, in some regards. Not all, like, you know.
Right.
I find I see that, but it might just be my opinion.
It was John Travolta who let his child die, in my opinion, because of his religious fervor for Scientology.
Right.
They believe they're not supposed to treat, you know, medically themselves or their children. My kid, on the other hand, came down with leukemia when he was 2. I found out 2 weeks after I first went to the doctor, because after 2 weeks he still had the problem. I went back for a second opinion, and they were like, pack your bags. The very next morning, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm in Dallas at Children's. So I did everything the doctors told me to do, even when it was, you know, to the point to where they were almost killing him with steroids. You know, that's chemotherapy.
Well, I digress in using medicine, because I think medicine is starting to be taken over with corporate eyes. You know, they're trying to make more money off pharmaceuticals through medicine. You know, they're selling, well, they're not, yeah, they are selling drugs that, you know, aren't appropriate for people that don't need it, just to make money. Right. And I think, you know, that's very negative for medicine, because they're no longer helping people, they're just helping their bank account. Like, you know, there's too much corporate involvement at the moment.
Agreed.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So it's hard to say, you know, there's good things and bad things about science, but corporation can take control, and, you know, unfortunately people adhere more to basic advertisement and, you know, things corporate know well.
And see, right there, you're nailing it on the head. This is my concern with this generation. People know that politics have special interest groups and lobbyists that pay to have things changed. I don't think the average person knows that the scientific field is the same way. There are lobbyists who give special financing for research on evolution, or that sort of thing, you know, definitely goes on. There's, you know, basically bribery going on at the collegiate level. You know, hey, if you find us some evidence for evolution, you know, we'll give you this $30 million grant. And then that professor that has that grant has become very valuable to the college. And money talks, so to speak. So I don't think the average person knows this is going on. They see all the governments, it's all fucked, you know, because of lobbyists. But I don't think they have the slightest idea that pharmaceutical research, cancer research is threatened by the same systems, by the same lobbyists as politics is.
Yeah, you think like humanity would have laws in place to stop that type of thing, because, you know, medicine is I would imagine that would fit under basic need, you know, the civilian's basic need, you know, and corporate should not be able to influence that whatsoever, because, you know, they influence it pretty negatively as far as I'm concerned. Like how you say, most of the mainstream media is corporate. It's as long as, you know, things like this and Facebook and that type of thing don't start getting filtered and that type of thing, I guess civil people will still have the ability to, you know, say what they want somewhere, as long as these things stay open.
So just like in my country, freedom of speech and the right to bear arms is under attack. In the same way, scientific liberty has been under attack, and you're more than welcome to disagree with me, but if somebody wants to, let's say, publish something in a journal that goes against what the publishers have spent their whole life doing, you know, and it makes their stuff look bad. Let's say that somebody actually had the kill shot for Einstein's work, but these people who, you know, it passes through, and it's supposed to be peer reviewed, like everybody gets to try it, but peer review is more like
reputation.
You have to, yes, you have to pass through. You know, peer review, what it was essentially set out to be. If I say that I can see Orion all year round, then I say, hey, Jose, you're in Canada, D-Beck, you're in Scotland. Why don't you guys get back with me in a year and tell me if I'm telling the truth? It's not supposed to be, I go through a scientific journal and they say, well, this is ludicrous, I'm not going to publish this. And I kind of feel like there's certain things in place. Now, I could be wrong about that. You know, I'm definitely no expert in publishing stuff in scientific journals, so.
Well, like you say, people can spend their whole lives trying to publish a paper and it doesn't make it through peer review. And like you say, it's kind of a waste because people can spend their whole lives doing it. But I think the peer review process is important because, yeah, but see, then it is affected by corporate in the medicine field because it, you know, they want to push more medicine. So yeah, it's a hard one. Definitely.
So recently I came up with a new quote. I actually coined this myself. I'm sure you've heard the first two over and over again, but doctors are practicing medicine, lawyers are practicing law, and astronomers are practicing astronomy. It's not like we got it all figured out. I mean, if you look into dark matter and dark energy, you know, they'll tell you this is the cutting edge of science. We really don't have it all figured out yet. They'll admit it to you.
But I myself enjoy the peer review process because what the peer review process is trying to make sure that you know, theory or whatever they're trying to come up with is right. You know, they're trying to prove it wrong. They're coming at it from a negative angle. They're trying to do their best to prove it wrong. You know, I like both sides of an argument. You know, I want to see both sides of an argument before just seeing one and making a decision.
Absolutely.
I would rather see a peer review. If they can find a problem with it, I would rather see that there could be a problem with it. But the problem is that peer review process, like you say, has been taken over by, you know, people who misguide us.
Yeah, that's what the peer review is there for. It's that way. If I say, you know, I've got the cure for poison ivy, it's poison oak. You know, it's poison oak is the cure for poison ivy. You know, we should be able to test that, you know, without saying, you know, this is 100% legitimate science, you know, because a scientist said it. You know, see, okay, like science is based on the scientific method, obviously. And I think a lot of times people forget that, even the scientists. So the first step is to observe a phenomenon. And, dark matter and dark energy doesn't even make it past the first step. But it's still called a scientific theory, even though they can't even get past the first step of science. So some science stops at, especially in astronomy, dependent and independent variables. Like if you don't got those variables, you can't conduct a test. If you can't identify, isolate, and control the variables, then it's not a scientific experiment. So,
well, I think not knowing is what drives science. If we knew things, we wouldn't have a reason to look. Not knowing is the fundamental thing that we're trying to figure out, if you know what I mean.
that's what science is. It's a self-correcting system for finding out knowledge. Science is knowledge. And the scientific method is a method for finding knowledge and also disproving false things. I say it's self-correcting because if I tell you, that poison oak is a cure for poison ivy, you're going to test it and be like, this guy's a fraud, or this, excuse me, sir. You're going to say that this guy's incorrect. And that's what I mean by self-correcting. So it's almost perfect, wouldn't you say?
But I think because of science, we can break down that poison oak into every single chemical structure and find every single chemical structure within that poison oak and probably find something that would, be positive to, I think denying science is, is not a good idea. I don't know how to put it any better. We can accept some parts of science, but we can't deny others because it is down to that process of wanting to find out if it's wrong. That peer review process. There's always people that are fighting people, like with religion, how there's always people fighting with religion. There's always people fighting people's scientific ideas because they want to see if they are correct or if they are wrong. They want to prove them wrong. That's what I enjoy about the peer review process, because it gives that other side that, everything needs that negative side so you can really see what it is all about. And science gives us that negative side, But unfortunately, I think modern science, the peer review process has been, affected by corporate, because the peer review, it's when they see it's going to affect humanity positively, they don't, consider all the values. They just see that it's going to affect humanity positively. They don't see the negative possibilities, or they don't know of them yet.
So a while ago, I made a silly claim. Let me explain how sometimes science can be misleading. Okay, so I'm immune to poison ivy and poison oak. I've never had it. I've been in contact with people that have it. I've picked up the plants and rubbed them in my fingers and said, hey, this feels like sandpaper. What kind of plant is this? And I've never had it, and I've spent, a portion of my childhood in the woods, just running through the woods and playing and making little forts in the trees and stuff, and I've never had it. So I could say, hey, I'm speculating that poison oak keeps me from getting poison ivy, but maybe there's something else to it. Maybe I'm just not allergic to that. But I could say, well, here's my evidence, because I've come in contact with poison oak, that's why I don't get poison ivy. And then the peer review process is supposed to be like, nope, I've got poison oak and poison ivy in one hand and one in the other. And
well, the peer review process would go everything. They would see that you are unique to others, so they would check your skin. They would find what makes your skin different, and they would probably find, the chemical structure of that and try and add it to, people. But it seems if you've got, if it doesn't react with you at all, it's probably something on a different level. because, you know, poison ivy reacts with blood or something, doesn't it? Blood under your skin.
I don't know how it works, actually. I just know that I've never had it ever. But funny enough, I'm allergic to regular grass. Regular grass will make me break out. So if I want to have a picnic with my wife, there better be a blanket, or me and her both are going to have to go straight to the shower and wash it off. Regular grass breaks me out.
I'm highly
Poison ivy,
allergic to penicillin.
that sucks for you.
Yeah, even the scratch test that the doctor gave me a scar.
Yeah, that's what the TB test did for me. Yeah, if you're allergic to penicillin, I do not recommend multiple sex partners.
Why is that?
Penicillin is the cure for the clap.
Oh, yeah. No, safe.
I was on a phone call. My apologies, but I kind of wanted to listen, and I kind of heard a few things, but I'm trying to just catch up here. I'm just going to go with the last thing I heard. Hank Hill, are you 100% European?
No, I am not. I am Cherokee, Choctaw. I think that's it. And everything else is European.
Okay, I'm leading up to something. You said you're not allergic to poison ivy or poison oak. Okay. I can say, all right. So I can basically profile it and say, okay, knowing what I know, and that doesn't mean I know everything. I can speculate here that if, let's say, poison ivy and poison oak are indigenous to the United States, and that bloodline that you have in you, ran around in poison ivy and poison oak, and over generations, their body built up an immunity to it. Okay? They built up an immunity to that. And then when your forefathers mated with Europeans, you know, that immunity carried forward in your genetic code. Hence the reason you are not allergic to it. There are some people, right, that are very allergic to it, but, you know, they're descendants of other people who were never exposed, right, in their lives, prior generations, to poison ivy or poison oak. Consequently, they're not immune to it. That's how that works. Okay? That's how you can figure that out. And, you know, that's where the scientists look into it and say, oh, okay, let's see what this genetic profile basically determines here. Oh, okay, Hank Hill has American Indian in him, and we know that American Indian had been running around, you know, and running over and onto, falling into, while the kids were playing around, they fell into poison ivy or poison oak. They you know, they got a little bit of, you know, problems with it, but over generations, you know, they became immune to it, much like learning to run. You could become immune to the effects. If you were running with bare feet, well, your feet would get calloused over time, for example. And that's the way that science would prove, oh, okay, I know why Hank Hill is immune to it, and somebody else who's 100% European, let's just say, or just any other country that doesn't have poison ivy or poison oak. That's why they're affected by that. So science can prove that, you know, and obviously peer review would look into it and try to disprove it. They would try to disprove what I just said. But I would say, okay, look, this is what I'm presenting to you, and this is what I think will work out. And they're going to say, okay, let's see where he's wrong. Let's see where he's wrong. Okay, go ahead, look at it. Okay, hand it to somebody else. Look at that. And then everybody else, and they come to the same conclusion. Oh, okay, he's got the idea. Okay, we can accept that now, right? But so I like peer review, and I caught it in the part where like some people are saying, you know, there's certain peer review process that are beneficial for humans, but the politics involved say no, like climate change, right? Climatologists say, hey, look, this is what's happening. This is over X number of century, I think, at least a century of information, right? They're saying, well, this is what is happening. We can test it. We've taken tests. We've taken samples. And then the politicians say, no, 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 because their pockets are being lined by the oil companies, for example. So that's where I support Rupert Cow, or I don't know. I didn't really catch the idea if you were supportive of peer review or not, but I just caught that one part about being immune or not immune to poison ivy or poison oak. Mike out.
Yeah, I do support the peer review process because, you know, it's trying to disprove the scientific idea that that person's come up with. And I like seeing that the negative side of.
Right, like myself, right? I came up with something I call principia infinitus, right? The infinity principle, and it states, this is my idea, right? After having studied physics and electromagnetism and a lot of those related sciences, right? I'm stating that there is no visible light between 2 points in space, and the simple test that I derived is that in a lit room, right? Any lit room, you take a small flashlight. You don't need a big flash. You need a small one, a little pin light, right? And you go up to the wall with it lit, or the floor, it doesn't matter. And you shine the light close to the wall. You see that spot. In spite of it being a lit room, you see that spot, right, of the light coming from the actual flashlight. And if you back it up without moving the angle of the flashlight, if you back it straight up, or away, should I say, from the wall, that spot disappears. Where did the light go? Okay, that means I'm stating there is no visible light. Now you have to go into quantum mechanics and things like that. But
visible light.
Yeah, there is, like I said, there is no visible light between 2 points in space. Okay,
but would you agree that there is photons traveling,
right?
You know, in between us photons, and the Earth.
Right. So here's one explanation. In quantum mechanics, right? Just imagine a square. You can imagine it because I can explain this, right? You can imagine a square, and in quantum mechanics, the way it's been explained to me, right? This is what I understand in quantum mechanics. You have a square. Just imagine a square anywhere in space, a square, and you draw a diagonal line from one corner to the other. And the way the photon works is like it's a stair step. It's a stair step. That diagonal line is the stair step. On the one side, right, one of the angles, right, it's 90 degrees, stair step, right? Go up 90 degrees, over 90 degrees. It's flat, and well, you face one side and the other. On the facing side, right, it's active. It's like an alternating current, right? It's a face, and on the other side, right, let's just say the vertical side, you can see. Right, that would be the light, or that would be the photons adding up when they hit a certain mass, and that's where you see the reflection coming to your eye from that mass. Right, on the other side of it, the vertical side, the horizontal, right, perpendicular, that's the side you do not see. And if you go perpendicular to that, in other words, you're looking at the edge of that square, and that staircase is going up and away from you, for example, you only see the vertical part, not the horizontal part in quantum mechanics. Like, this is established. I'm not making this up, right? My statement was there is no visible light, and I explained I am explaining how there is not visible light. The vertical side you can see. That's what you perceive with your eyes, the optics, right? The horizontal side you do not see. Okay, on that horizontal side, if you put that plane back to the square facing it, and if you're standing between those two masses, that perpendicular to that is dark matter. That's my statement there. Now I'm saying that the dark matter, okay, that's dark matter right there. And that's what I'm saying. In my idea, I call it principia infinitus, the infinity principle. So I presented it to people, right? And I explained, that flashlight, little simple test. It's a simple test. It's a simple test. Where does the light go?
So dark matter is the absence of light.
Right. And like I said, in quantum mechanics, if you're looking at a staircase, all you see is the vertical panels, not the horizontal panels. In quantum mechanics, like it's explained in quantum mechanics, I'm not making this part up. It's established. Right? It's like that staircase going away from you. You only see you're standing, you're about to go up the staircase, so to speak. You only see the vertical plane. not the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is the dark matter. Okay, where it's like alternating current, positive, negative, but that's in quantum mechanics. But after I got that idea, I put it all together, and then I said, well, then I can claim that there is no light between 2 points in space. And how do you do that? Well, I brought it back to a simple test that anyone can conduct and prove to themselves, right? And I'm saying, okay, that vertical side of it, you can see it. That's visible light. The photons, when they accumulate, refraction, right? And on the horizontal plane, that's your dark matter. So I made that statement, right? So I'm making it, right? I call it. Go
it's
ahead,
a weird thing to conduct that to dark matter, because dark matter has, gravitational properties that we don't understand.
Well, no, actually, if you have pressure from the photons accumulating on the skin, for example, that's what it is, pressure, right? It's pressure. So in physics, everything that is coming, anything coming to you is just as much as everything going away from you. It's about everything coming to you going to it at the same time. In other words, time, space.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. That's what happens, right? Like I said, I can make my argument, but the point is, I make my points, and then I ask anybody, here you go, here's my idea, peer review it, please, And if you find something that I'm missing, sure, I'll just try to figure something else to basically prove my theory. What is it Einstein said? When the facts don't support the theory, change the facts. No, Einstein. But like I said, my idea was that there is no visible light between 2 points in space. So, perpendicular to that staircase, right, that's dark matter, or the horizontal line that you can't see when you're facing the staircase. That's your dark matter. Now, like I said, it's just an idea, and I'm not saying, oh, everybody's wrong because I said this and I just gave you a simple test to prove it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, hey, here's the test. Here's my supporting data from quantum mechanics and electromagnetism, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying, hey, this is my idea, and I present it to the world. Here you go, peer review it. Prove it wrong. I welcome that. See, that's what makes it science so interesting, right? To find that angle, whereby they can say, well, you're wrong because we can disprove it because of this or that. And I'm just using quantum mechanics and electromagnetism, obviously photons, light, space, time. I'm using all those ideas that I've already learned. I've learned.
You're also using the word dark matter.
Yes, but I'm using the word dark matter because, like I said, in quantum mechanics, like I said, that's what I saw. That's what I saw explained to me, right? They showed that square, then that little staircase. In other words, they're just breaking photons down, right? They're breaking to the quantum level, right? And that's how quantum mechanics explains it, right? Well, using that, building on that information, right, is where I came up with the idea that there is no visible light between 2 points in space. In other words, if you're facing the staircase, the only way that you can see the light, because you are mass also, right? And if you're looking at the sun directly, well, you can't, but obviously, but if you look with a filter, right, cobalt filter, right, cobalt lens, right, you can do that. It can happen with cobalt lens, for example. You can look directly at the, go ahead, please.
Don't photons take 8.5 minutes to travel from the sun to the Earth?
Seconds, yes.
And aren't they going constantly?
Yes.
So out in space where dark matter is thought to be to be measured with instruments, do you think that is because an absence of, like, a photon can only reach a certain distance before it dies, doesn't it? Doesn't it have a particular lifespan?
Yes.
And because it exists in a vacuum and it's traveling at the speed of light,
right,
its life is longer because it doesn't have any, anything affecting it.
Yeah. What is it, Newton, right? A body in motion will remain in motion until something.
Are you trying to say that because in areas where photons do not travel in space, that's created pockets of dark matter because space has been moved around by photons or something.
Right. No, well, no, you're right. Photon. You have to. I agree with everything you're saying because I've studied that, and yes, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. So in space, let's say space. Okay, fine, space between 2 points. Again, the same principia infinitus. That's what I called it because it sounded good and it made sense to me. Right, between 2 points in space, if we look up into the sky, right, and if I look directly at a star, a distant star at night, there is no light between both of us. It has to accumulate. It has to travel to our eye or something that senses photons.
Oh yeah, it has to hit a reflective surface.
Right, off a reflective surface. So if I'm standing at night and I look up,
but as you say, we have those materials that are pitch black and that capture light.
Right.
Like there could be an urge point where that accumulation of dark, of the absence of light, could create that effect that if light was ever to hit it, it becomes invisible. Well, isn't visible because it is so black, it has the absence of light. It can't reflect light.
Right. Well, that because
in our understanding of viewing things.
Yes, but see, if we look out into space, right, and there are so-called patches or area that are dark, all that's telling me if there is no mass in that area, and if the light continues to go, we can't see past that mass or area, should I say, right? Because there is no mass there to capture the photons. So the photons do die out. Yes, I agree with that. But that one area in space is equidistant to the point where a photon cannot reach it, right? But that does not mean that that's the only point, right? Because photons can't reach it, well, we can call that an area of dark matter. But since I'm talking between 2 points in space, like I said, that light being backed up, if we look at the light as one axis, 90 degrees to that, right? Let's say between the 2 points, the wall and the light, away from the wall, where that spot of light does not exist anymore, right? It's diffused, right? If you stand perpendicular to that and there was nothing behind it to reflect photons, that's dark matter using quantum mechanics. Now that's going to the quantum mechanics aspect of it. So that's dark matter relative to location. But at distance, it also applies, whereby the photons go so far that they lose energy and die out. They go from the positive and stay negative. In other words, that staircase becomes all horizontal. So obviously, there's no mass to catch it. And like I said, that's just my idea. Like I said, I presented it to a few people and I say, yeah, please look at it. Please look at it. If I was so arrogant as to say, oh, no, I'm right, everybody's wrong, you should accept this as science, and that's no, that'd be foolhardy of me. But
it would definitely create a lot of questions.
Oh yeah, and like I said, I keep answering them. I keep answering them, and I keep answering them. And like I said, if you know somebody, like I said, I'm not saying you're an astrophysicist or anything.
I could put you in a hangout with some smart people, but
yeah,
they've been a bit feisty lately, and they might be a bit rude to you.
Well, yes, because they're
you can handle rude people, can't you, Ronan?
They're feisty. I love it. But the idea is that you could present it to them. You could present the ideas I just shared with you, and if they're still it's like, what is he talking about? Well, then I'm interested in talking. But if they can explain it to you, or so-called explain it away, right, as they would want to do, right, because they know so much. If that simple idea, it doesn't register or doesn't fit in with the standard models, right, then obviously they can be dismissed. But I just made a point, right, whereby I can explain it between 2 points in space, a wall and an actual flashlight, or a distant point in outer space, vacuum, where it goes to an area of so-called dark matter. But that dark matter is everywhere. It just everywhere else just happens to be populated by, well, planets and well, stars, you know, and just any celestial object, meteors, you know, whatever, right? Everything is there, so obviously you can see whatever the light reaches. Those photons basically refract, or they assemble at that point in mass, and it reflects, and it could be, excuse me, it could be observed as mass, whatever shape that may be.
I think it'll be hard because it's hard to create an observation where something isn't happening. You know, you're coming up with something where photons are not traveling through an area of space. It's hard to, you know, create an experiment where you can observe that happening and not happening, and deduct that it's creating dark matter where it's not happening.
Well, yeah, it'd be very hard. It'd be difficult conditions just to have a light in a let's just say that.
What about every cave under the earth? They've not had a photon travel inside of it for probably millions of years.
Well, yes.
Would dark matter exist in there, or does it take millions of years to create dark matter of that?
In that cave, let's just say that's never had light in it. Let's just say earthquake happened, and you know, subterranean, right? Yeah, subterranean. It's all subterranean. There's never been light there at all, right? And if you imagine it, right, and you can go into that cave, right, and there is no photons ever existed in that space. That's the 2 points in mass, wherever they can be found, right? The mass is there, but the space in between them, that's your.
It's hard to use a cave as an example because it hasn't, like, you're saying space, and a cave isn't a vacuum space.
Yeah, no, I'm saying any space. I'm saying any space. Like that's why I said. That's why I said if we did it, like I said, the simple experiment I have shared, if we back up that light from the wall, you don't see the spot. But if we were to stand perpendicular to that line between the wall and the flashlight, and we could see perpendicular, right, equidistance, right? Let's just say equidistance between the wall and where the light is backed up to, where the spot does not exist. Behind it, right, if you're standing perpendicular to it, to that axis, behind it, if there was nothing to reflect that, let's just say that, you know, we could create the cave effect there. That's dark matter using the established quantum mechanics. Like I said, that staircase that I studied when I was studying quantum mechanics. But I'm standing perpendicular.
I thought dark matter had gravitational properties. You know, the bits that they think they observe in space.
Yes, that would make sense because space is expanding faster than the speed of light. So yes, because it is expanding. That is your gravitation right there. It's motion. The motion is gravitation. It's a vacuum of space. That's why they call it a vacuum. So anything, like I said, space is the only thing that I understand that is expanding faster than the speed of light. That's what I
don't know. I hold a different belief than the Big Bang. I think it's the oscillating universe, you know. Like you said before, every reaction has a negative and positive, you know, counteraction.
Right.
I think, you know, the expansion has been a part of also, you know, it subtracting, you know, at some time or another in, you know, it's gone through many expansions and subtractions.
Okay, now we're going on to the singularity. Okay, fine. The expand. See, that singularity to me, possibly. Now this is away from what I just expressed, right? My idea of principle.
Sorry, I changed the subject.
The infinity principle, right? I just coined it in Latin, but it's the infinity. Going away from that, if they're saying there was a singularity. Everybody calls it a singularity, and there was a great expansion. Well, obviously, it was renamed the Big Bang later, right? Singularity. What to say? What is to say? I
don't know. The singularity is a bit different. I've understood the singularity as us reaching the singularity.
Oh well, no. I'm thinking. Well, what I'm saying. Okay, they say the singularity. It started from a singularity. Then that was the great explosion. Well, the Big Bang, as they later coined it, right? The Big Bang. That's what I understand. That's what I understand. And it's expanding. It's expanding. Okay. Before that, what's to say? What is to say that it could not have been a black hole, right? Taking in all that light, matter, everything, right? And then, I mean, just compressing it to the point where it went boom, right? Exploded again. So the possibility, hypothesis, I guess, would be that yes, on this side of it where we're at, right? There was that great expansion because everything went into the black hole, right? Everything got so compressed. And I've seen the graphics, right? The science graphics, where you see that ring in the middle of space. What
if dark matter is the out of the black hole? You know, the compression goes in somewhere and comes out somewhere, but because of that teleportation effect, it creates a feedback effect. And you know how black holes are black because the absence of light.
Yes.
You know, because it's creating that feedback effect, it's also creating that gravity effect of the out of the black.
Yeah.
So all we see of a black hole is blackness because
everything is going into
the feedback. Yeah. But it also creates a feedback effect because it's teleporting so much matter in one place.
Right. Everything is going into the black hole and gets compressed, right? And then over a period of time, obviously undetermined, right? Obviously, everything goes in the opposite direction. Much like saying, a bench. You know what a bench vise is? Like a vise.
Yeah.
A vise apparatus, right? Imagine this is what I'm thinking, right? Well, it's an analogy. I'm just drawing an analogy here. Let's just say the black hole is the vice, okay, and I start clamping that vice very, very tight, tighter and tighter and tighter, right? And everything is compressing, which means, but I'm just saying everything is going into that black hole, and that vice is just a physical representation of a black hole, okay. So everything is going in there. That vice is getting tighter and tighter and tighter because it's going from two directions. It's going to go back in equal and opposite reaction, right? Equal and opposite reaction, right? Everything goes into the black hole, and if I keep clamping that vice, eventually what's going to happen? It's going to go in the other direction. It's going to explode in the other direction. So the possibility, I said it's a possibility that we are on this side of that singularity, which was created by the black hole, and there's an opposite side to it. There has to be an opposite side to it based on current established theories and proven theories. Okay,
Do you mean like in our observable universe we see expansion, and another part of the universe there could be contraction?
There's a counter to it. There's one that went in the opposite direction. Since there is no up in space, I'm just saying the opposite direction, right? Because based on electromagnetism and other things, right? Well, if you have a 1 square meter, doesn't matter how you shape it on XY axes, and you put 1,000,000 volts into that 1 square meter, what's going to happen is you will have an electrical charge come out of it at 90 degrees to that plane. So I'm saying if something goes out, the dark hole brings everything in, so that the charge coming 90 degrees out, perpendicular, let's say a vertical axis, let's say, and it goes horizontal positive, and it'll go horizontal negative, which means that it would imply, like I said, I'm just thinking here, that if everything went into the black hole, right, and everything like that vice, and just pressed it, and then boom, right, the great expansion or singularity, right, it just expansion, right, there is something on the opposite side of where we are now. If we go back in time, obviously astronomers looking back. That's all they're really doing, looking back in time to find the origins of our particular universe. There is something on the opposite side of that, based on Newtonian physics and everything that's been established. Okay, there is something on the opposite side. Okay, like I said, there's something on the opposite side. We have to figure it out, but that's a long time in coming. But this is what I'm saying, right? Because it doesn't make sense. It only goes from one side, and then it goes counter to what science. Not we. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I agree. The expansion does go counter to what we understand.
Right. So if the expansion went one way, and we can say, okay, it goes back to this point, and they explain the singularity, then based on the current theories, there has to be something on the opposite side. And
who's to say that the dark matter isn't left over from?
No, the dark matter comes with it. That's the space between photons, for example, and that's what I was explaining when I said if we look perpendicular to that light experiment that I just shared with you, if we look perpendicular to it based on quantum mechanics, that's dark matter. That's dark matter.
Do you think during that every expansion, do you think the rules change?
No, based on the law of the physics, I don't think so. Right, unless they come up with something new. I'm just excuse me, I'm going with what's been established within that model, the current science models. Okay, I'm not trying to.
I'm just coming up with reasons why we can't measure dark matter at the moment. Like, it could come from a time where rules were different, and we are only measuring things established by our rules.
Well, no, because that's what we understand now is what we've basically developed. We humans have developed over time. We're just using, terminology that many agree with.
Yeah, but what we've understood is our expansion. I'm saying that during that expansion and what was left behind, like the dark matter, came from a universe with different rules. And we can't measure them based on our rules.
It's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying there's no absolutes in science. So yes and no. Yes and no. I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't think I know enough at this point. If we're just so-called speculating, I'm just going to have to go with the rules of science that I understand.
Yeah, I'm just speculating right now.
Oh, yeah, but I just have to go with what I understand now in what science has developed to this point, right? So the idea that we came from nothing doesn't make sense. There had to be something before that. But like I said, if there was a great expansion in this direction, right, there has to be an expansion in the opposite direction, an equal and opposite reaction, right, based on laws of physics. I mean, it's just physics. So I understand it that there could be no other laws of physics. That would be something like way ahead in time. I don't know. It's hard to imagine because this is what science understands and I accept right now, right? But based on those laws, our current laws in physics, natural laws, the only thing I could reason, right, if we came in this direction, there has to be an expansion in the opposite direction from a black hole, if we're using a black hole example, right? Because, for example, it's been stated that when our sun, right, runs out of hydrogen, right, it'll collapse. Well, if something collapses and we have...
I think it'll expand further than even Earth before it collapses.
Well, yeah. From the explanation I understand, it's going to expand, really expand, and then
I know Armando doesn't like that explanation.
Oh no, he doesn't believe we're related to the great apes, but he's not here right now, so we can talk.
The great apes.
Yeah, we're related to the
Who are the great apes?
The great apes?
The monkeys.
Yeah, we're related to monkeys. I can post the link to the scientist that explains that. It's a concordance. His name is Concordance, and
I've never heard of it referred to as the great apes.
well, we're related to great ape or Aaron Ra. If you look up Aaron Ra,
Yeah, I've watched a fair bit of Aaron Ra.
Concordance, he explains that in far greater detail than I can remember right now. But we were talking, astrophysics and stuff. So like I said, I'm excited. I'm really excited. So, but anyway, but I was just having fun at Armando's expense. But let's get back to our discussion. Like I said, based on what I understand, that's established science now. Based on those laws, right? There has to be an expansion in the opposite direction. It's on one axis. It's one axis. That's the only way it works. Obviously, I mean, when it expands, it goes up and down, but the general direction is on one axis, and also to the negative side, of the 0 point. Let's just call it 0 point, right? There has to be something on the other side, right? Something else on the other side. And the law, I mean, that's just as I understand the laws of physics and mechanics and quantum mechanics.
Newton's third law.
What's that, please?
Newton's third law of motion.
Yes.
That's the one you're referring to?
Yes. See, I'm just using what's been established. I'm not trying to make up my own so-called calculus here.
Oh, yeah, it's well established. It's,
Yeah, it's all well established. It's all, so we can apply those laws and principles, right, and say we can predict, like I said, in science, well, it has been said, we can make predictions. We can make
But it's hard to predict the absence of something. Like, how you're trying to predict the absence of photons traveling through a vacuum space or any space.
Well, yes, but there is space between photons, and that would be dark matter also. That would be, yes. And since it travels in waves,
space between photons.
Since it travels in waves, there's a space there perpendicular to the vector. That's the proper term.
I didn't know exactly how lumens. Is that the notion of light or the measurement of light?
Lumens would be like the amount of light. X number of lumens is the amount of light.
But wouldn't that be like a measurement of how many photons travel through a certain amount of space?
Well, yes, it's a direct correlation right there. Yes, I agree. Yes, but like I said,
it's hard to come up with like a testable thing. Like you're trying to give negative lumens,
right? But see,
and trying to fit it into an equation where it creates dark matter to also fit in the equation.
Right. Yes. Yeah,
and show the same things that dark matter sort of shows without being unmeasurable.
Right. Well, I'm just basing it on relativity. I'm basing it on relativity. If I can prove that there is no light between 2 points in space, then I can prove, relative to that there is no light between two photons. Right? It's just relative. We're just scaling it up. All I did was scale it up, and obviously scientists later will be able to do. I forget. I think I saw a video about that that claimed that there is no actual photon between two photons, and that would basically lead me to conclude, okay, that would be dark matter, but you can't see it, but it's there. If there's space between two photons, well, what else could we call it but dark matter? It's just a bigger area in space where obviously photons can't reach or have died out before they get reached to that dark corner, so to speak, of space. That's the only way I can reason it based on what I currently understand. Unless I see some other video, and I've seen a lot of them and studied a lot. Read books and stuff. That's the only thing I can conclude so far. And it makes sense to me. That's why I'm comfortable presenting it to you. And if you expected somebody else, hey, this idea, I'm not saying it's a brand new thing. It's not anything else. It's just a different way of looking at it, so we can verify. Yes, we can support the original theories or observations, or hypotheses, should I say? At this point, if we're going out that far, it would be more or less a hypothesis. But I'm just saying that because that's what I thought after studying all that information. And I thought, okay, if I use this and put this together, I'm just putting a puzzle together. Like that's basically what science is, trying to put a puzzle together, and it's a never-ending puzzle. It's just another piece,
Yeah, that's what makes it science enjoyable and
yeah,
keeps it
that is so much fun for me, Rupert. That has been so much fun for me for decades now. It's been, just curiosity. I want to know. I want to know.
You've definitely lived through the biggest technological, advancement in human history.
Yeah. Yes. And that's what makes it so much fun to me. It makes it so much fun.
Do you see the negative things?
Such as what, please?
I think the internet's become more user friendly, and it's easier for people with bad ideas to gain reputation.
Oh yes, obviously fear works. Reason is seldom acknowledged. If you look at like YouTube, for example, the people with 5 million or 2 million subscribers, they're the people that do the gossip, that just make up things, so to entertain. And all the science channels, you're lucky. Well, I think it's.
But I think it's also affected the news in a way, because I see headlines nowadays where it starts off with people upset with this person. It seems that the media read the what people say online before they even represent the article nowadays. They give an example of what you should be feeling. It seems that even news is, I don't know, becoming sort of an advertisement.
Yes, I agree that you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Like I said, it's more the fear and entertainment value that's appreciated, because the science, like I said, I think Veritasium or the two people, they only have like 5 million subscribers, right? But this guy Pew DD or Pew, he's got like 49 million.
Did you watch a video of his?
No, yes, I take it back. I watched part of it, but it's okay. So it's entertainment. I'm not really interested because it gets into the gossip and just so-called nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's entertainment. It's entertainment, but people like that because it's easy to digest, so to speak. It's easy for them to digest, and gossip is even quicker to be digested and disseminated. I don't like it myself. I really don't like it. But okay, it's a free market, as they say. But with the science programs, like I subscribe to, certain science channels, Aaron Ra, for example, Vsauce, Veritasium, and then I look around, find, the history of Einstein and Tesla, and then studies in those particular fields and quantum mechanics and things of that nature. Where before I used to go to the library. This internet is so much quicker, right? I have a question. Okay, I can find it. Boom, boom. I find it. And then I, cross-check it. And if both of them don't add up, well, I keep going until I get a satisfactory answer in my mind, right? Based on science, and reason. But like I said, most people, they really like the entertainment value, the gossip, the fear. They enjoy the fear. They enjoy being scared because gossip, that's all gossip is, based on fear. It's nothing really, there's nothing tangible there. So I prefer the science side of things, but that's just me. And there's obviously a lot of people that are of that mindset, but it's not the
I think,
majority.
it seems the majority have that mindset though.
Yes.
It seems to drive most things nowadays.
Yes.
A lot of people will say they're not interested in it, but it seems it's still the mainstream. People are more interested in the size of Kim Kardashian's ass than
they want to deny
landing a probe on a moving comet.
Yes, I'd rather. I'd rather know about a moving comet than what the Kardashians are doing, and I don't keep up with them at all. You know, I don't Facebook, I don't what is it, Twitter. I don't do those things because it's just all gossip, and it doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, a lot of people I've spoken to are, you know, looking away from all that stuff at the moment because they can see it being used. But it seems it's still prevalent. It's still very prevalent.
Yes and no. As entertainment, yes, I can say yes. It's entertainment, but I'm not interested in that type of entertainment. I'm more curious. You know, I want knowledge. I want information that I can use. You know, because I want to understand more about reality. But those people like that so-called fantasy of, you know, what are the Trumps doing in their private lives. No, I want to know what Trump is doing, you know, in terms of accountability when he takes office. You know, that's, like I said, you know, two sides of the same coin, obviously. But, you know, I'm going into more.
But I think they're always going to publish what brings attention, like, you know, them finding methane on Mars brought like a few hours of attention where a dramatic, you know, this drama from Trump just keeps on.
Yeah, because the majority of people can pick up on the gossip, and they can gossip all day, make things up all day. You know, whereas science-minded people just, okay, this is the information we got. You know, there's no gossip here. And somebody else, you know, and a science-minded person could say, well, I understand it this way. And then they have a reasonable, logical discussion. But like I said, most people, because they have that entertainment value as their focus, right? Oh, yes, and this and that. And then they can keep making things up, speculate, if you will.
I can definitely agree. It's affecting people's attention span.
Yes.
I find people can't, you know, a very big story can't stay in the news very long for some reason. People can't seem to have their attention on it for long enough for it to matter.
Right, absolutely right. But you know,
and I think the internet is a very big reason why people's attention span is getting shorter.
Really, I think it's currently because of in history, right? It's like you keep.
I think it has its positives, like everyone knew within the first few hours of like David Bowie dying. But if you ask someone about all the people who died this year that were prevalent, you know, people don't say many of the big names that have died this year.
Right.
You know, it seems people, because they don't have it in their mindset longer because of the news throwing it at you so fast, you know, people don't even tend to remember it longer.
Right, because more people are paying attention to the music as entertainment versus the science, which they were never taught. Yeah, they can't identify with the idea. Myself, well, this is me, right? I think because of history, the history of man, our short history of humanity, our species, right? It's been early on, it was the kings and peasants. So the kings or the aristocracy, or talking about religion, well, they're the only ones that were so-called knowledgeable, right? So they had people focus on science. I mean, Sir Isaac Newton's perfect example, right? But the masses were largely kept ignorant. And what did they have? All they had was gossip. So over generations, because the percentage of people in the masses is far greater than the oligarchy.
Do you think that's just created a culture that we can't get away from, that the masses are so used to?
Well, yes, we'd have to change the education standards and bases, right? Whereby all children were taught physics, you know, in middle school, you know, or human sexuality in elementary school. You know,
it's hard to start with the problems with education.
Yeah, it really starts with education. That curiosity is not nurtured. That it has not been nurtured, right?
People need to enjoy learning.
Right. Myself, I was always like, you know, like curious. I wonder why they said that, and I had to go find out. And I still have my library card, but obviously, you know.
Do you use it?
Not anymore, because I've got the internet here.
Yeah, that's right.
Got the internet, and I can go further, so much faster. right? It's so much faster, you know. And I can
Everything's
get,
at your
I can
fingertips.
find multiple articles on the same topic, whereby I'd have to spend 3-4 hours in a library. I can spend an hour on the internet and get all the information and grasp it all at once, and basically find sift through and find, okay, this is the best information I can find. But I mean, it had the internet been around, when early on. Well, put it this way: this is early on. In the future, I would like all the schools to have limited internet access, right? So they can the children can look up science, they can look up math, they can look up cultures, history, things that really really feed into that mechanism, curiosity, in a positive way versus the negative way, which is just gossip. They're just curious about who's wearing what today and what gossip is out there, negative or positive. Because
People are interested in just doing menial tasks, right? And people are interested in just matching 4 colored gems together over and over on their phone.
Well, yeah,
Some
but
people just aren't interested in learning.
Well, yeah, but
I think learning, it's creating more connections in my brain. It's making me make better decisions in the future. For me, I consider it a positive thing, but some people don't. They fill their time with just doing very menial tasks.
Yes.
It's hard to get people away from that.
Yeah, but those people have been conditioned to do that. I'm not blaming those people. I'm not blaming them, right? I can't say that. I can't say that. It was just it's just the circumstances that had developed over time in all societies. That I can say that. The ones in power kept the information away from the masses, because if the masses knew everything, they could vote the people in power out. Well, in a democracy. I'm not talking about a fiefdom or a caliphate or anything of that nature. But as far as we've gone in our history, human history, right? I think it might start. It might, if there's enough people out there who are willing to present it that way, just spark curiosity, right? Spark that curiosity. I've always wanted like some of these so-called comedy shows on our American television. I don't know. I don't know where you are. You have an accent, but here in America, if our so-called comedy shows were to basically set up, just a profile. They still have the comedy, they still have the young kids, all cute and lovely, but they're talking about science projects and things of that nature, and then all the young children who are watching these teen idols, right? And they say, "Oh, I want to be like that teen idol. He's a scientist, or she's a doctor, or she's a physicist, or something like that," right? If they had that going on, I think that would work. But
it's hard to teach that mentality, though, and it's hard to know where that mentality first begins. Like, some kids won't be interested in that type of thing. They'll find it boring.
Right, but like I said, the networks and
did you ever watch the kids shows with science where they did try and make science fun? And it did.
Yeah, I used to watch like Bill Nye the Science Guy, Sesame Street. I forget the shows when I was much younger, but those are most interesting to me. It's like
I don't see that as often anymore. I find, we have one here called Scope. It's a kids show that is kind of similar, but it seems to be reruns of a very old show.
Yes,
but they do have it on here.
Yes, that's happening. That's happening nowadays here. It's just reruns of old shows, and I'm saying, and I was wondering, why don't these new shows with these young, child actors, the teen idols, as they say, why don't they do those shows? Why don't they do something with that? And I do realize that
but even I tried to get my hands on, those old lab experiments where you could do like 15 experiments and that type of thing.
Oh yeah.
For my nephew, and they're quite hard to find now. I remember they used to be in the shop when I was a kid, and now you know, just to buy them online, they're quite expensive, and it is still the old product. It doesn't seem they seem to make the newer version anymore. Or here in
Right.
Australia, they do.
Oh, okay. So in Australia, okay. No, it's like, you know, it's like, well, I'm older man. I'm older man, but with our children, right? You know, okay. There's three states, three states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. Right, Dad? Okay, let's try an experiment. Experiment, Dad. And I'd go up, you know, to the oven, right? You know, heat it up. You know, heat up a skillet, right? I get a little cube of ice, and I said, okay, this will be a solid, Dad. And then I'd put it into the skillet, and then it melt down, liquid, Dad. And then the steam would come up, gas, Dad. My apologies.
What about the fourth phase? When did he reach plasma?
What's that?
Isn't there a fourth phase? Isn't plasma a phase now?
Well, yes, that's another phase, but I didn't know it at the time. I just had.
I
mean, we're talking.
I don't think he could show you that.
Yeah, plasma. But you know, I know what a plasma cutter is. You know, after I grew up and went into industry, you know, I knew what a plasma cutter was. But you know, our children were grown and studying something else. So I didn't get around to that. But I'm sure I could do it now. You know, if I get married again and have children. Yeah.
Did you work around CNC machines?
Yes, that's part of what I did. That's part of what I did.
I think you mentioned you were making springs, was it?
Yes, coil springs and forms.
Coil springs.
It's coil.
What was that for bedding? Like multiple coil springs?
Well, yes. Well, no, actually. Well, yes. Yes, we could do that, but the company I was with, we were custom order. Okay, this is I personally have made springs that have gone into a drill pipe in the Northern Atlantic oil, right? I've made springs that go down in there. They're called elevators, right? And custom parts for aviation. And I've also made parts for like fishing reels, antique door locks, antique cars, you know, like throttle return springs. Modern cars, you know, I remember a Corvette. We made stainless steel springs for the hood, the bonnet, the front bonnet. I think that's what you call it there, a bonnet. And I've also made
the springs in the hinges, or the spring in the dampener that when it comes down hard.
The dampener, I guess what you call it, the dampener. Yeah, and also for door locks, antique door locks, right? They just give me the parts, rusted, broken parts, and
wow, you made a lot of types. So
oh yeah. Like I said, I went into this corporation and it's like custom order springs. You know, like okay, you know, I applied. You know, it basically design and engineering. Sure, you know. So I had to use a CNC machine. I had to weld parts. You know, I designed, actually drafted out, designed and built specialty tools for the corporation I worked with. And like I said, one of my favorite punchlines is this gentleman, Trammell, Dan Trammell, here in where I live at. He got contracted to the space program in Houston, Texas, north of me, right? And well, he was contracted to them, but he developed a part, but he couldn't tell us all of it, right? But he just brought me a blueprint. And he says, I need a part that'll do this. And then, well, I looked into it. There's certain metals and combination things that, you know, that I did.
Wow.
Right? And I made it. I made the part. So those parts went into suborbital space. I'm very proud of that.
That's a pretty good achievement, definitely.
Yes, I'm very proud of it. Like I said, when I bragged about, you know, springs going into a drilling rig, it's called a rig, a drill pipe in the North Atlantic for oil. I made parts that went to India.
So was that like an offshore rig?
Yeah, an offshore rig. Yes. Yeah, the North Atlantic.
Wow.
Yes, and I made parts that have gone to India. I made parts that, you know, all they do is like the CIA, or here like a government agency called the CIA here. They came up, they showed me their badges, you know, and they said, "Can you make this part?" And I looked at it. Yeah, I can make the part. Yeah, I said, "Okay, go ahead and make it."
So you made a part for an alien spaceship.
Not yet. No, no, no.
Oh, come on, Central Intelligence
I
Agency.
wish I could brag that. I wish I could brag that. You know,
They
but
gave you blueprints to an alien
yeah. No, I can't. No, I can't.
catapult.
No, it's no fun for me. You know, I can't make things up like that.
It's classified.
Yeah, but I was most proud. I was most proud. You know, I didn't think of it at the time, Rupert Cow. You know, it was just okay, something else. Because every day, right, different people from different disciplines would come up and say, "Can you make this part?" You know,
But now you look back on it, you understand that.
Yeah,
you
yes,
know,
yes. When I'm the
without your piece of the puzzle, it wouldn't, exist.
Right. I mean, I couldn't look back on myself because I was doing it at the time. I was on the stage, as they say. I was on the stage. I was doing my act, you know, as a professional. And like I said, is now that when I get into these conversations, all these memories come back, and it's like, then I have to giggle to myself, obviously, because it's like, wait a minute, I did something no one has ever done before, and no one's ever done before. And anyway, but like I said, they come up and they show me this. Can you make this? Yeah, okay. I make it. Here you go. But they don't tell us what it is. Obviously, because some of it has been so-called top secret. And one time I made this part, right? This company came in. They said, we need this part right now, right? Okay, how many do you need? One
So
part.
you had to stop what you were doing.
Yeah, stop what you're doing and make this part, right? And then I made the part and I charged them $350 American, right, for 1/2 hour's work, okay? And then my senior officer came in, but at the end of the month, he said, "You charge $350 for this one part?" Yes, sir. That's what they wanted. And the thing was, is when they came back to pick up the part later in the afternoon, because the process took about 3 or 4 hours. Making the part was easy, but we had to put it into an oven for stress equalization. That gets technical, but it's a process, and there's that wait time. You have to have that wait time for stress equalization. Anyway, so they came, and then after they signed the invoice, it said we were losing $60,000 an hour. And I thought to myself, I should have charged, $5,000 for this part. And my senior officer, well, later on, he said, "You charged $350 for this?" Yeah, but and then I told him they were losing $60,000 an hour. I should have charged 10,000. I think I said 10,000 at the time. I don't recall.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those situations, big corporation.
Cut in like that.
Yeah, something like that. It didn't matter. It's the fact that it was just so impressive that they would say, "Do it now," and I so-called charged so much for a part that was easily worth just $100, right? Just $350. Bingo. You're telling me to stop. You telling me to stop right now and do this? Yes. Okay. Boom. I did it. No problem. And we've had like major corporations send us make 2 of this parts. Okay, and they're established big. Here at I think it was North Carolina, Owens Corning Fiberglass, big corporation. It's a fiberglass corporation. But the thing was that they'd have to wait 6 weeks for delivery of the part, right? Where it only took a matter of 2 days for me to get the part and ship it back. So I saved those corporations a lot of money. Now that I think about it, it made a lot of money because production. I mean, you stop production lines, you're losing money. That's it. You're losing money. Anyway, my apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's strange that they would run a machine, at that much of a loss. Did they not predict beforehand, or was that something that,
well, no,
came out later?
It was part of their machinery they had set up that was running, and the part broke. Right, and if they went through their normal supply channels, it would take them 6 weeks to get the parts in, right? Because the original machine manufacturer had to make it, because they make it in volume. And we were a custom order shop. We'd make it one. We'll make one. Right? And that was the advantage there. Our profit margin was substantial. It was substantial. And so, I guess that was pretty good, for the time and place. Yes. They'd come in and say, "We need it now, right now." Okay, right now. Yes, sir. Boom. I'd make it. They'd pay. We get our money. And then, like I said, with that one company, we made one part. I made one part, and I was saving them. They were losing $60,000 an hour. Wow. It's like, but they told me after the fact, obviously.
like, what is spring steel made? How is it made? Is that the metal how it's poured, or do you bathe it in like oil later?
Okay, basically, just imagine a huge pot. Let's say the opening, since you understand meters, it's let's say it's 10 meters across, 10-meter diameter. Okay, and they throw in these metals, right? And based on the combination of metals, like stainless steel is 18% chrome, 8% nickel, for example, and they mix it with steel. They boil it up with steel, heat it up with steel, right? And they heat it to the melting points, right? So they have a so-called soup, right? And then they pour in other ingredients depending on the caliber, because it goes under a rating, right? A carbon rating, right? And if it's like too much carbon, it gets real hard. Too little carbon, it gets too soft. Okay, I'm just keeping it very simple, just to explain it, right? And what they do is they mix in all different things depending on what you're making, right? It'd be regular steel, it could be stainless steel. There's a steel called Inconel. It's very high temperature, incredibly high temperature. It can stand very high temperature. So based on the application, you have to use different type of steels. And what they'll do is they'll have this big old pot, and when it boils up and everything's been added, other little things here and there, manufacturing process, they'll pour it out and they'll make like a big rectangular square, right? It's called an ingot, right? And it depends on what they're doing. If they're making spring steel, for example, they'll start to roll it out, and it's red hot. It's red hot, but it's still cooling, and they keep rolling it, make it longer and longer and longer, and then they slice it up, right, into the smaller squares, and those smaller squares, they'll start running those squares to these gradually reducing. They're called dies, okay, and they're made of. Man, I'm getting excited here.
Very extreme pressures to roll it down.
And they start drawing it. They basically draw the wire through there. They draw the block. Well, they run it through these rollers, right? They run it through these rollers. Tungsten carbide. There you go. They make these.
Yes, that's the hottest steel.
Carbide rollers, right? And then they make the square into a round, and then they run it to smaller and smaller rollers, and then they run it through these dies, specific sizes, and they just start drawing it through there. Obviously, the mass has to go somewhere, so it just gets longer.
So is the metal still heated during that phase?
Yes.
So it's still red hot?
It's still red hot. Red hot. And depending on the size,
it's a bit easier to work.
Yes, much easier to work. Depending on the size, if it's over, I don't know the exact number because I'm using inches. If I'm going from inches to metric, from inches, let's say it's 3/8 of 1 inch. I think that's approximately 12 millimeters, right? Because I was using spring steel, they could make that ingot, right, when they mix it up, right? They can make it up, and they don't anneal it, which means make it soft, because they could retemper it, right? Heating and quenching. So to quench, it's a quench bath in oil, right?
Yeah,
right.
Oil. What type of oil is that?
Oil quencher, right? But like I said, it depends on the metals and the different factors. It's really critical, right, in the manufacturing process, and all have to be certified, so on and so forth. Anyway, so they keep rolling this out, right? And the bigger ones, let's say 800 millimeter bar, right? If it's going to be spring, like they use for the trains, like regular boxcars, they have springs, those huge springs. But
the ones on the front that's sort of stop an impact.
Yeah, for the suspension on railroad trains, right? That's pretty big. That's pretty big. So they don't initially make it. Well, they make it, but they roll it annealed, soft. They still roll it soft, right? They roll everything soft to that size, right? They make it everything. It's all annealed, and then what they'll do is finish out the part, reheat it, and then quench it. And that'll bring the spring tension back. It'll bring the spring tension back. The material I use, which was
when they quench it, do they run electricity through it?
Well, it's a controlled temperature. And so
The oil is a controlled temperature.
Yeah. So not the vat that holds the oil is heated, right? The oil had to be heated to a certain temperature. Obviously, because if you imagine it, right, if the oil is too cold and the metal is too hot, it'll fracture. It'll fracture. So it has to be within range, multiple ranges, depending on the size material, the composition of the material. It's very critical.
That's what makes it high tensile, doesn't it?
Right. Well, the high tensile strength is really derived from the original ingot. When they boiled it all together, it's the percentage of carbon. It's the percentage of carbon that is added in there. For example, if you just look at an ingot, you don't know what they mixed in there. If they have a lower percentage, a very low percentage of carbon, it's a quarter. They call it quarter hard, right? It's like you know those wire hangers, like for clothes.
Yeah, that thickness.
That's quarter hard. You can bend it easily with your hand, but if you can't make it into a spring, it won't work. It won't hold it. It won't be resilient, right? It won't have that. It's called a modulus of elasticity. It won't have that.
It won't hold its memory type thing.
Right. It won't have that memory in there because there's very little or no carbon in there, right? And other metals, silicon. It depends on what they're making, right? But like I said, those hangers, they're easy to bend, very easy to bend. But if you get spring steel like that, right, it's harder to bend, and when you bend it, it'll hold its shape. It won't, or to a degree. It's called a modulus of elasticity, and it'll go only so far, and it'll spring right back straight, right? But if you go too far, well, you overcome that modulus, and obviously it'll bend to whatever shape. That's the range I was working in, right? And so
I've never understood the mixing of steel. I thought because they're all different densities, they would all, raise to different levels.
Well, they're rated. They're rated at different levels based on the carbon content. That's just one critical part of it. I'm just saying,
But isn't there imperfections? Like if you pour a bit of, like the ingot that you said, won't there be like parts of it where it's a different mix of?
Oh yes, that's very critical. That's called an inclusion, and I've had it happen. One time I set up a bundle of wire, and I was making a spring, and I could see the wire coil. Well, obviously the machine product. We wound it on a lathe. One way of doing it was to wind it. So
I've used a lathe.
Right, we use a lathe, right? And I saw it, and it's going around what we call a mandrel, because the mandrel is not actually the exact size of the finish inside diameter. What happens is when you back up.
So is the mandrel the big piece of metal that the spring is wound around?
Well, no, a mandrel could be anywhere from 10 millimeters to 800 millimeters, for example. It's called a mandrel, an arbor. That's all it is. But
so does it look like a big piece of thread?
No, it's just a straight.
Does it put the wire in a thread, or does it's just a straight piece of metal? Is it a solid straight piece of metal?
The wire
wraps around it.
Well, we wrap it around a mandrel, or
that mandrel.
Yeah, the
is
mandrel
that just a big solid piece of metal.
Right, it's a solid piece of metal,
depending on the diameter.
Right, but see, in spring steel, spring grade, the mandrel is not necessarily the finish inside diameter of the spring, because we had charts. We had charts there, right, and to arrange
because the size changes due to heat and that type of thing.
For example, if you wanted a 1-inch ID inside diameter, right, with a specific size wire, we'd have a chart there to use a specific mandrel, and the mandrel wouldn't be 1 inch. It would be maybe depending on the material, the actual size, and all the charts. Well, never mind the details, but the chart would get us into a range because every bundle of wire was different, right? It would be off by maybe 1 or 2 thousandths. Even if we use that specific mandrel, we might have to use a 5 thousandths bigger or 5 thousandths smaller to get it to the finished side that was desired. And then we'd also have to compensate for that, because obviously the modulus of elasticity and all those factors had to be involved. But I'm getting too technical. Anyway, but the idea is that the material I was using, we couldn't use.
So when the wire is put on the mandrel, is it still red hot?
Oh no, okay, because where I was working in the specific area I was working, you see, we were dealing with 3/8. I think that's 12 millimeters, 3/8 wire, and it came off the coil. The coil would be, I'm saying, 2 meters in diameter, right? And the wire was, like I said, it's maybe 12 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 9 millimeter, but it'd be about 2 meters in diameter, right? And that obviously wouldn't permanently form the wire. So when it came off of that bundle, it was already spring steel. It was already spring steel, right? And we'd wind it and finish it. But like I was saying, when they make spring for the railroad cars, that's a needle. That's a needle. That's just soft, right? And what they do with the larger size wires is that they'll form it, like I said, a spring for a railroad train, right? That's
I thought they have to heat it while it's red hot.
Oh no,
for the memory.
Depending on the composition of the wire, it's called cold rolling. It's soft enough that you can roll it like dough. In other words, like a dough. You can roll it. It's easy. It's when it gets to the manufacturer, not the where the wire is made. The wire is made hot and left in an annealed state, and then shipped to manufacturers for production, right? And then you can. It's called cold rolling. You can cold roll it, right? Like that, say it's 800 millimeter. It's not spring steel, but I mean it has the potential. But it's like I'm just comparing it to dough. It's soft, and you can wind it around that mandrel or the machine on the external side. You know, it depends on how they want to set it up and do it, right? Just manufacturing variables, and they set it up. They wind it and they finish length. They grind it, square everything up, make sure everything's right, and then they'll put it into an oven, a tempering oven, okay? Because the larger size wires, there's no way if you just, try to manufacture it spring steel with that size outside diameter, 600 millimeters or 800 millimeters, it'll basically tear up the machinery. There's too much resistance there, right? There's too much resistance just because of the mass of the wire. And where I was working, because it was smaller, the smaller sizes, like I said, 8 millimeter, 10 millimeter, I don't know what 375 thousandths of an inch is, but I'm just approximating 6, 8 millimeter or 10 millimeter, I think it's called. I'm just guessing. Guessing it came off of the bundle. It's spring steel already. We didn't have to temper it, but we did have to relax the stresses and bending. So we'd put it into a preheated oven at 500 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is in Celsius. My apologies. But we'd put it in there for a predetermined length of time, usually around an hour and a half or more, depending on the material composition. And then we'd get it out and just put it out, in the open and let it cool naturally. We wouldn't drop it into oil. Whereby the larger sizes, like I said, 800 millimeter, right? It's soft. It's really soft, like dough. It's the only thing I can compare it to. Dough. They'd form it, grind it, and then they'd put it into the oven. The temperature obviously would be much higher, and they'll put it out of the oven, and then they'll quench it in a hot oil bath, and that brings it to spring temper. In other words, there's different ways of going about it. But like I said, in my particular field, the custom mortar, it was the smaller size wires, so the wire was always spring steel coming off of the bundles.
So that final baking is the part where it creates the memory, where it's always trying to fight back into the position of where you first baked it.
Well, no, okay. We're talking
last baked it. Sorry.
Okay, we're talking the size that I was using, right? 10 millimeters and down. The reason we put it into the oven was not to temper it, but to relax the stresses in bending. In an extension spring or a compression spring, what you want to do is basically relax the stresses in bending, right? Because of the memory, right? The elasticity, it wants to open up. But in a torsional spring, for example, where it has two tails, tangent to the radius, right? We don't put it into oven for stress equalization. We want it to straighten up because it's a torsional spring. You understand what I'm saying? A compression spring a compression spring, pushing it together, or extension, pulling it apart, you want the stresses in bending to be relaxed, right? Because it's a coaxial direction, right? Because it's basically a coil torsioning, but the torsional effects in a actual torsion spring, you want the spring to straighten up. You want it to stay open. So if you relax the stresses and bending, there'd be less reverse travel. You want that memory to be there, you know. But well, you understand what a torsional spring is, right? It's just imagine a circle and two lines going horizontal from the 12 o'clock position. Those particular springs we did not put into the oven for stress equalization. No, we wanted it to the memory to want it to back up, so to speak. We wanted it to want to straighten up because it's a torsional spring.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want that constant flexibility in it.
Yeah, you want to leave that there. But in an extension or a compression spring, right? Yes, you want to relax the stresses and bending because it's a coaxial direction that it's going, traveling in the direction of flow of energy. You want it to relax in that.
So were they all things that you needed to come up with? Like when they asked you to make a spring for a certain part and they wanted the spring to react a certain way, would you need to come up with the metal mixture and
no, I did not. We did not manufacture. I just did the homework on metallurgy and all of those things, right? When I entered the field, right, I just had to familiarize myself with, okay, you know, this metal, okay, what's it made of, right? And then they had books there, and I read through all those books, and I got the information, you know, and I could, you know, like I had customers, right? You know, these guys, you know, real smart guys, you know, designing these real sophisticated machinery and stuff, and then they wanted to do such and such, and then they'd come talk to me, and then I'd have to share information that I just shared with you to explain to them, well, this is how this would work, this is, you know, how the application is set up, and this would be the best type material or way to do this. There was a few times that I recall that they came in there and they said, well, we want to make this so you can hook between these 2 points. And then I tell them, well, if you just, you know, back up a little bit, we could put a compression spring there. Consequently, it'll ease up, you know, the clutter there in your machinery and work far more efficiently. I mean, that's what I did. Yeah, just production, custom production. We bought the material, and like I said, what I just explained about the ingots, you know, and all those dies and stuff. That's just a manufacturer. They made that material. We'd buy the material from them, and then we'd form, like I said, compression, extension, torsion, or wire forms. Like I did a lot of wire forms. Like I said, like throttle return spring on a Model A Ford here, an American car. It's a Model A Ford in the 20s and 30s, right? Or other cars, ancient, you know,
things that need to be custom made again.
Yeah, custom made. And then, well, there's obviously some other customers that came in with like brand new designs. And they'd say, well, we want this spring to be here. And then we'd look at it and I tell them, well, no, sir, that won't work. I remember one guy, hey, I've got a degree from such and such a place. I know this and that, math. And I looked at, well, sir, it won't work because of such and such and such and such. Let me speak to your supervisor. Very well, sir. I only had one supervisor, right? That's it. I was the executive officer of the corporation. I said, yes, sir. I introduced him, and then here's Mr. Such and such. This is my, you know, senior officer such and such, you know, and then I'd go back out and do my job, you know. Half an hour later, there comes that customer, you know, obviously he changed his mind because his idea was, I mean, he was good. I mean, all of his drafts were excellent work, wonderful work. But he just didn't understand that little detail right there, and I had to tell him, no, it won't work. You know,
he's got to understand when he's wrong.
I don't tell him it's wrong. I just tell him, sir, that won't work. This in this position with that application, and then, well, he didn't give me the chance to tell him, no, you're wrong. I didn't get that opportunity. Like I said, he said, well, let me speak to your supervisor. Here you go, sir. Talk to him. Yeah. See, you're bringing up these memories now. You're bringing up these memories. Anyway, it's funny. It was funny that way. You know, it's like, yeah. There's a lot of times. Yeah, there's a lot of times that I'm going on with stories here. one time there was these real small parts, less than a millimeter wire.
Did you want me to interrupt you more, Ronan?
Well, no, it's just funny because you're triggering all these memories, and I don't mind sharing them, but I'm thinking somebody else wants to speak, so Anyway, we dealt with wire that was 2 human hairs wide. Okay, from 2 human hairs width, right? The width of 2 human hairs, right, side by side, to approximately, like I said, it's 8-10 millimeter wire. It was all spring steel, all of it was spring steel, and I made this small. We had to use magnifying glasses, glass, right, to make these incredibly small parts sometimes, and then sometimes I had to make very large parts. But like I said, the wire range was up 8-10 millimeters, whatever 3/8 of an inch is. I don't know that. I don't know what that is. You want to sing for us, Petra? I think we're having a great conversation, but I don't mind you chatting.
No, I'm not ready. I'm just watching these videos. I'm not ready to sing. You can carry on talking.
Oh, okay.
Thanks anyway.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Rupert Cow. If you have other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. You bring up all these memories.
Oh, you've pretty much answered everything that I can think about.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I had to at one point.
I didn't think you made springs, to that degree of.
Oh yeah, well that was my career. That was my way well over 20 years, but 20 years sounds pretty. That's the only reason I say 20 years. It's more like 26 years, but man, yeah, I don't care. It just sounds pretty to say 20. Oh no, I made them. I made it for rifles. I made it all these intricate parts and stuff, and we made them, and they went all over the world. I mean, nobody knew about them, but it didn't matter.
You knew.
Well, we knew. The corporation knew. I even at one point our company was expanding during the time I was there, and I designed. I drafted out and built. Designed and built, special tools, right? That are still so-called. Well, they're put away now, somewhere on Earth. I don't know where they are, but it's just an original design that I made up. I made it up. I just made it up. It's like, okay, we need something to do this, and I just drafted it out. It took me about 24 hours to think about it and draft it, and then about a week to finish it. And then I made like 3 copies of it. But there were specialty tools for the corporation, so it's not like I can so-called patent it and everybody uses it. No, it's not a loaf of bread. It's not that at all. It just
has the huge steps in CAD technology affected anything on that side?
In terms of what I was doing?
Yeah. Did you watch CAD technology grow in that field, or was that not in that field?
Well, that was only in that field. But like I said, I had to make up machinery to do certain things because we were working with wire, and I had to figure something out. It was a machine to cut wire. It was a machine to actually cut wire to length, and I just but it was not something, like I said, it's not something everybody needed or could use. It's just custom to that particular business discipline. And that was, it's neither here or there. It's just the fact that I was very proud to have designed. Well, I designed a couple of other things, but that was my so-called proudest design because it was. It was used for at least 1.5 decades. That machine was used at least 1.5 decades. Well, I made 3 copies of it. So that's all we needed was 2 copies, but I made an extra. In case they needed, original model or spare parts, because I made all the parts. I made all the parts myself. So it's like, okay, just get me this, bar of metal, and I can, machine it to what I want. Get a plate, I just cut it out and weld it where I needed it, or drilled holes where I needed them, and I put it together. I still have the original drafts here. I own them.
So you made something that was automated that would cut wire to a specific length.
Yes.
That's pretty.
I still have the drafts. What
method did you use? Did it measure a roller that rolled it out, or?
Well, it was basically it was a mechanism that it was automated. It was basically two parts, basically, right? It was one part where it had a multiple rollers, and it had an electric motor, right, driving the rollers, and it had a timing device on it, and it would roll out the wire. It will roll out the wire over like a basket, right? And it would get to that point. The wire would get to that point. It would automatically cut it, right?
Oh, so it was timed.
Right.
So the wire would come out of the machine at that rate.
Well, off of a coil of wire, but that was only one part of it, right? The other part of it was a handcrafting. I don't. Do you know? Well, in the restaurant industry, I don't know if you've been in the back of a larger restaurant or any commercial restaurant or bakery, and they have these huge bowls and they have these mixing apparatus, right? Egg beaters, like a big mixer. They're called whips.
Yeah.
Right. They're called whips, right, in the restaurant industry. Right. Well, Hobart is the big corporation here, right? But what we used to do is one of the divisions, we would rewire them. The base, right, would put new wires in them, and the law had changed because you could not use tin plated wire anymore. You had to use stainless steel wire. So consequently, it was just perfect timing for our corporation, whereby everybody had to find or buy, they had to buy the new ones made of stainless steel wire, or they had to get the old hub. It was called a hub. In other words, like a tire and a wheel. The tire had to be different under law. Okay, so what we would do is rewire these that were called whips. Okay, and then I made a standing. It's called a pedal cutter. It was a standing pedal cutter, right? And I thought to make it, electric, hydraulic, or pneumatic, right? But I just decided, no, forget it. For safety reasons, it's going to be straight mechanical. It just operated on one spring that I made myself. It's cool. I made it. I made the whole thing. And the cutters were standard bolt cutters. I don't know if you're a bolt cutter, but they were modified slightly, right? And it's a standing pedal cutter. And I used.
So you made a piece for the machine that you were building for the machine.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, see, one of the machines would cut the wire to length. Okay, and we'd get that the wire out of the basket, and then we'd put it over on a table, and the craftsman would use that pedal cutter, manually operated pedal cutter, foot pedal, right? They would put the wires into this hub. I don't know. Like I said, if you imagine that industrial leg beater called a whip. I guess you could find an image of it in Google, right? And
I'm pretty sure I know what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. So that we'd put it in there. We'd put it into the hub. There's a specific pattern, right, that we had to go by. And then, there's another related story, but I won't go there. Anyway, the craftsman would put it in there, right? And then he on the one he'd go up to this hydraulic press, horizontal hydraulic press, right? And it would basically swedge. The term is swedge the wire, right? Thousands of pounds per square inch, right? And it would swedge the wire to a point where we had settings for that, and then it would get hammered in, anchored, right? And then we'd have just a simple hand measuring a stick and another measuring stick for height and width, right? And then they'd get it to that point, and they'd bring it up to that pedal cutter I designed, and they'd cut off the end, right? And then they'd stick out that wire, bring it over to the hydraulic press, the swedge apparatus, and they would swedge that and then hammer that in. And then what they had to do was, basically get it, centered, right, with a handwork. It was handcraft work in that division. It was all handcraft in that. And they'd get it, they'd open it up, get it to height, get it to width, right? And then they'd pull it out and look through the hole in the bottom. And that wire had to, be in the center of that hole. And then subsequent wires, they all have to be centered into that hole, right? So you basically keep working all the way around, and usually it was 16 wires or 10 wires, depending on the quart size of whip hub, right? And it'd be wired, and that's what we do. And we sent our parts all over the United States and the world and internationally. Well, some ships would come from offshore, right? Freighters and things of that nature. Right, and
is that when you had to make like a pretty big amount of that one spring or something?
Oh yeah, Yeah, we'd make a run. Okay. We use the basically like two, or depending on the whip, right? We'd make 2 or 3 different lengths for that particular quart. It's called a quart size for that hub, right? And we'd make them 10,000 at a time. 10,000 at a time, and we'd stock them. And then when the machine needed to be run, we just run the machine, and it would cut the wire for us, and then we'd set it up. The craftsman would get it, and they'd start wiring these whips. That's the only way you could do it, hand wiring. We even got to the point where a local Hobart dealer that sold the whips brand new, right, had sold one to a customer, and the customer brought the brand new part in to get rewired. It's never used, right? But if you looked at it, because it was machine operated from the original Hobart factory, there was no uniformity, and you could just tell it was not going to be efficient. So they brought it in. I still remember it, right? It's like, this is brand new. It was even in the original box, Hobart Corporation box. The customer gave it to us. Hey, rewire this. Okay. Brand new wires, brand new hub. Yep. Cut all the wires off, punch them all out. We boiled it up. We had to boil it up because impurities and stuff. Because it was restaurant grade work. So we do that, and we rewired it. It was funny because I told the rest of the staff, told the boss, I even told the rest of the company in another department, hey man, we got a brand new part, factory new, and we were rewiring it, man. No wires broken. It was funny. It's stainless steel too, but it was just so poorly wired by the automated machinery that it was going to be very, very inefficient. So the customer knew that apparently, and they gave it to us to rewire. That was so funny now that I think about it. But anyway, my apologies. Go ahead, Rupert.
You're right. It's interesting to listen to.
Oh yeah. No, that was just one division.
With the single springs and stuff, like for concept, like people coming to you with a concept, and they only needed one just to test, I guess.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, that's well, like I said, now that I think about it, because I didn't realize it at the time. Yeah, there was a lot of times, customers would come in, and I tell them, well, if we do it this way, it's just going to make everything simpler and more efficient. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Never had a complaint. I was good.
It seems there is a lot more concept stuff going on at the moment with the 3D printing and that type of thing.
Oh, I think you know what I thought about that when I first saw it. I thought somebody could make a lot of money in doing a 3D bust, like the human head, maybe the shoulders, right, to maybe a quarter size, right, or eighth size, using those 3D printers. I've never used it. I don't know anything about it. I wouldn't know how to operate it, but I think someone could make a lot of money, right? You take I guess you have to take 2 or 3 pictures of a person. Well, say 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking 5, 6 pictures.
It depends if you want textures as well.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess that could. I don't know anything about it, Rupert Couch, so I'm just imagining. Yeah, you could do, like use that 3D printer and make human busts. You know what I mean? I think that would be pretty good versus, oh yeah, let's make guns. No. I want to make, a picture, of the, obviously statues. That's what they be.
I think it's, it's good for concept. It doesn't have a production value. You could design something on a computer and print it out, where in the past, to make that out of plastic, you would need to get a die made and all that type of thing. It's a very expensive process, where now, the 3D printing sort of cut down the concept process.
Oh, yes. Actually, I saw a video recently because I get into cars, well, motorcycles really, but I get into cars and all race cars and things. And what they're doing nowadays, these custom builders, right, that make race car engines, they use 3D printers and make everything using a 3D printer, right? And they make an engine, a whole complete engine, a full-size engine, race engine, right, using 3D printers. Right, and then if they have to,
Ronan, I've seen a cement 3D printer that prints out a house.
Oh, really?
It constructs a house. Yeah.
Oh,
they just
man.
put it on a flat surface and it prints out cement. They just feed it cement and it prints out a house.
That's
It's pretty
fascinating.
amazing.
That's fascinating. I imagine if they could eventually figure it out where, well, the material that makes the actual object, whatever that is, it could make it to the point where you could build a house, you know. But I think it'd be far more expensive though, because there's not so, you know, much of it, and the idea, excuse me, of 3D printers. But yeah, but I thought, like,
Yeah, but it could be a thing that could be automated, you know, a truck, just a cement truck, you know, just coming in and keep filling a thing.
oh yeah,
I don't know what goes on with the wiring.
right, but it could be. I think, yeah. I think, well, yes, it would work. Yes, I know it would work, but it's all, you know, what they call the ROI, right? Return on investment. Is it worth? Is it worth making that machine, and will it be cost efficient in production? Right. That's I don't know. I don't know enough about that, or the technology.
Well, they've already used it on a small scale. They use it to print garden ornaments, quite detailed garden ornaments and that type of thing.
Yeah, like I said, the thing I came up with, I think a person could make a lot of money if they could figure out how to take a person's picture and then make small, you know, miniature busts of people. Yeah, I think people would pay more money. Garden ornament, yeah, fine. Pretty little birds, yeah. If you can make a bird, you can make a human head. But if you made it like,
you could get a bust of Armando and just have winner written on a plug.
Well, I think we can find numerous mugshots online. Numerous mugshots online, and yeah, we could make Armando. Yeah, I'm playing, but yeah, we can make a bust of Armando. I think that would sell. Here we have this. Well, not my culture, but the Mexican culture has a thing called a piñata, where they fill this. Usually it's paper mache, and it's ornamented. Then they make it look like, you know, a frog or Armando or something, and they fill it with candy, and the kid, and it's basically held via a rope, you know, and they blindfold the child, and they start. And then they get the candy out of it, so they can beat Armando, you know, wide open.
Yeah, but instead of candy, just, you know, coal.
Coal. Yeah.
Nah, that's a bit rude.
No, that's fun. That's fun.
He mustn't be around.
No, it's fun. It's fun. In spite of our differences, I do our differences in beliefs. Let's just say that. Yeah, I mean, I like the guy. I mean, I really don't have any ill will or feelings towards anyone. I disagree, but I just don't. I don't have any of those feelings towards anyone. They're not.
That's such a hypocritical thing to say, Ronan.
Why is that?
I'm just saying something that you would
ideas, Rupert Cow. Yeah, I know. I'm playing with you too. But no, we're debating ideas. I mean, unless I see no reason in physical violence unless someone is attacking me or I'm defending an innocent person or my family. You know, I really, no, I never had that. You know, but anyway, that's another topic. Let's see. Let's see. Buddy W is in the chat. Athena hasn't come in, but Buddy might come in. We can pester him. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to get myself some tea. Mike out.
How are you going there, Petra? Are you still watching videos?
I'm just trying to get into that dark web people have been talking about. I want to know what it is.
Do you want an easy way to get into it? I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, but I don't know. You seem to have an intriguing mind in things that people want to keep secret. The thing is, it's not a secure place.
What's on there? Is it worth going on? What is on there?
You first need to get a different browser. It's called a Tor browser that makes it so you connect through another connection of another person's computer. And that lies the problem because it thinks you're someone else. but it's the only way you can access the dark web. But all your information all the information that you're wanting to look at has to go through another computer, which is easily accessible by anyone else on the dark web. So, you know, what you're seeing, anyone else is able to see what you're seeing. And, you know, look at your metadata, which is the history of what you've seen on the dark web. So when I say browse safely, just, you know, because there's some pretty awful things on the dark web.
Like what?
Like awful things captured on tape. You know, things that you definitely don't want to see. And like, I'm pretty sure people, like a lot of it is hidden websites. You need to actually find a list of websites that you need to go, like you sort of go through, and you can find pages of websites of topics and that type of thing. And there's some pretty horrible topics in those lists of websites.
So it's horrible then.
Yeah, it is horrible, but it's interesting to hear people's stories that have been silenced on the normal internet, because there's people there that like have their IP blocked to the normal internet, they say. And it's interesting to read their stories and that type of thing. But yeah, you have to browse safely. You need to make sure you've got virus protection, because there's a lot of people out there using it to steal your information now.
Yeah.
You know,
I won't go on it. It's not like up my street.
Well, it's kind of complicated to get onto, but yeah, it's not that all intriguing. But yeah, it's also hard to find anything. Like if someone mentions I've seen it on the dark web, you know, they could give you a website and it won't work because they're normally changing websites so often. So you've sort of got to be in the know to keep up with it all. And follow RSS feeds if you know what they are.
It's late.
It's 3:15 p.m. here for me.
4:45 a.m. here for me.
Oh wow! So the sun's gonna rise soon.
Well, probably about 2 hours, maybe 7 o'clock.
All right. It's been rising here early at the moment. I fell asleep on you last night talking to you and D-Beck. Woke up with a sore neck, but that was like 3 a.m.
I've gone past the tiredness now, you know what I mean? I should have slept before, but...
Do you have any events coming up on the next few days? Do you have
No.
to be anywhere?
No. No, not until Christmas morning.
It's the 23rd for me today. So I've got to do stuff tomorrow and Christmas. Family stuff. So you also don't drink Petra?
No, but I might have a couple of Irish coffees on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I was thinking about drinking this New Year's. I haven't drank in a few years.
I'll just be with my family though at home, so you know it's not going out anywhere, getting leathered.
Yeah.
Getting plastered.
You're not screaming at strangers.
No.
I've been looking after my sister's dog for the past week while she's on her Christmas, you know, away with her son.
What dog is it?
I think he's just a mutt, but he's
Oh, you can't get
really
him.
affectionate.
Heinz 57.
It's hard to know what breed he is when he's a mixed breed of many breeds.
Heinz 57, you call him, not a mutt. Mongrel.
His name's Tubby.
Oh, I've got the cat on the bed and the dog on the bed. They're both asleep.
Oh, the cat's finally settled down.
Yeah. He's a minx.
I don't see Tudor on here anymore.
No.
That was so funny when you were trying to make him, when you're calling him gay. I couldn't stop laughing at that. His rebuttal was terrible. I have sex.
Were you there when Grizz was in the room with me and I started talking about women's pelvic floor muscles and like toothbrushes and shit like that, and he couldn't handle it. Like I was like, gay.
Yeah, I lost it when you said I can suck it in and out, and boys love it. And then he must have muted or something because he just went silent. Yeah, that was very entertaining.
I like girls. Oh yeah.
I've had sex with girls. Yeah, that was very entertaining. But it definitely showed a different side to him as well. The gay side.
I've always known. I can just tell by people's voices. Gotta
How
be
about
gay.
me?
Right?
Do I like?
Are you from Australia?
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Are you one of the nice ones then?
Yeah, I'm not here to harm
You're
anyone.
the nice one.
Oh, I think I'm nice. I can say some rude things in chat sometimes, as we all can. But do I sound gay?
No, maybe you're on the verge, but I could be wrong. You could just be like well spoken.
No, I'm not gay at all. I'm attracted to women.
I've just been watching this thing before, actually. Strange things happen to men around the world. Something about the testosterone's gone down 50% or something, and then there's pictures of men with makeup and all that. And I reckon it's true. Like most of the men are fucking gay. Like,
Yeah,
especially-
definitely. Men show more emotion than they ever used to.
Don't mean that, but I mean, like, you know, I don't know. It seems to be everywhere.
Yeah.
That's not Newsmax.
What is Newsmax? Is that actually showing news?
Not really. It shows a bit of news, like but mainly like adverts, and I'll go and check it out. Type in Google Newsmax Live.
All right. I'll have to check it out. I've heard a few people mention it around here, but I haven't had a look.
It's all propaganda for Trump.
All right. I've heard the chat goes so fast, though. I'm surprised you guys could, all meet up and.
No, it doesn't go fast, like. Not that fast.
All right.
I understood it, like. I'm just gonna make a coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, go for it. I might get a drink as well.
Excuse me, Bella. Excuse me. Excuse me. Good girl. Good girl. You stay there. You stay there. Oh, she pretty girl. Oh, she pretty girl. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. You stay there. Oh, Willa, Willa, Willa. Willa, Willa, Willa. Smell food. You smell food. Yes, you do. Okay.
Welcome back. It seems people are busy. This normally, is it this slow this time of day normally?
I don't know. I'm normally in bed.
Yeah, sometimes I get on here and it's, you know, a lot of people are on, and then sometimes, you know, I think I'm in a bad time zone or something. Did Ronan come back?
Morning.
Are you there, Ronan? Did you get your cup of tea? What biscuits are those, or chips are they?
What's it? Crisps.
What's it? All right. Haven't heard of them.
Cheesy what's it?
Do you prefer like rice chips or potato chips?
What's rice chips?
It's like, it's hard to explain. It's a chip that isn't the same as your regular chip that's made from potato.
You call crisps potato chips, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
These are like
Potato chips.
what do the Americans call them? Cheesies.
Cheetos?
Like cheesy crisps, yeah.
All right.
Cheetos.
Doritos?
Right? Cheetos.
All right. I think they're rice. I think they are.
Maize, rapeseed oil, cheese flavored.
Maize. All right. So wheat.
Yeah.
Oh no, maize is corn.
Yeah. Really
Oh,
cheesy
wow. So
flavored
corn chips.
Corn puffs, yeah.
Is there a good selection of like lollies and that type of thing in the shops near you?
Ice lollies.
Do you have a sweet tooth?
Sometimes. I prefer like bread-based stuff. Though, like I eat a lot of pita bread with hummus or pizza. I don't really that much sweet stuff. Well, I do, but I keep it moderated, you know.
Yeah, only a little at a time.
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you ever tried veggie chips? They're like rice chips, but they're baked. They're a bit crunchy, but they taste pretty nice.
The one with the ridges on?
No, they don't have ridges. They look like they're man-made because they're, you know, slotted out of a machine. but they taste nice, and they're, you know, vegetable. You know, they're supposed to be good for you, but not really good for you. But they're quite good.
Hello.
Come back, Ronan.
Yeah, thank. My apologies. I have to drop out. Well, I did get my tea, and I was all happy, you know, just to come back and talk. But my neighbor called, and they have a slight bit of a plumbing problem, and I couldn't help them over the phone, so I have to go over there and help them out. So I'm gonna drop out, and hopefully I can come back as soon as possible, please.
All right, we'll speak to you then.
Okay, we'll see you then. I'll be back. Well, hope to be back soon.
Have you got to speak to Poncho in person yet, Petra?
No,
Or not
who's
in
that?
person on the Hangouts.
I didn't
Poncho
even know.
Pete.
Who is it?
Oh, he's a nice guy. He hangs around on 3chan sometimes. Hey, he's come on here before. He's the one that went on webcam with all the weird faces and stuff.
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
He does like a webcam show where he puts all faces on his face and, you know, says funny things. Oh, he's pretty entertaining. I thought you might have run into him by now.
I think I've seen a video. I've subscribed to him. I think a video's come up, but I didn't watch it. I'll have to watch it next time it comes up.
What's your take on all the flat Earth stuff? You've spent some time with some flat earthers, and what's your take on it?
Yeah.
What was that?
I think it's flat, but I also think it's infinite.
Like it's an endless plane.
We can't get off, because in that song Hotel California, it says the night man says we receive, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. It's an eternal, we're in hell, this is an eternal hell. But I reckon a divine intervention will make this place a better place to live. But right now, everyone who's dead is living here. Either a spirit form or what. But once you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. So instead of us going to heaven, heaven's going to come to us. That's just what I believe. I don't believe books and what they tell me. I like to make up my own mind and think what I want, because that's what they're doing anyway, isn't it? They're thinking of their own fairies. Why can't I think of a fairy?
That's what they want you to do as well. I've sort of understood, you know, they want you to think for yourself. Well, that's how I've understood a lot of the flat earth thinking, you know. They want you to, you know, try and come up with things.
What do you think?
You know, I adapt to mainstream answers when I know that there's satellites out in space and that type of thing. I know that we've observed, you know, a globe with pictures and that type of thing. But I also think that there are conspiracies to cover up things, but I think flat Earth is too big of a conspiracy to hide from all of us. I think it's just, yeah, it's not possible.
Yeah, but
that's my take.
Look around the world, there's wars, people killing each other, people are like fake in the media, superficial, everyone's always arguing, no one sticks together. There's
definitely wars have started over events that are made to create war. Is that what you mean?
I forgot my point. What I was going to say. Let me have a think for a sec. Yeah, there's like lies everywhere, and what we're being told the truth is not. It's hell basically. Everything's wrong here. Everything's going bad. So it wouldn't surprise me if we didn't know the truth. Who are we to know the truth anyway? We're merely a glitch. in a fucking an eternity. We've been here for a milli, whatever they're called, of a second.
Yeah,
Humans
but
don't know nothing, so obviously we're not going to know everything. So
you're also so precious that your parents met, your parents' parents met, your parents' parents met, your parents' 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 parents met.
Reproduction does not for me. I don't reckon we should be reproducing because there's no book, there's no rule. No one tells us you got to have kids, blah blah blah. But that's what we all do. We reproduce, and we're ruining the world, overpopulating it.
Yeah.
People are nasty to the kids, but they shouldn't have kids when they're like nasty and all that, but they still do. No one tells us to reproduce this much, but we're still doing it in mass amounts, and everyone's doing it.
Well, people even have that natural urge to meet a mate and, reproduce. It's like naturally occurring within us all,
Yeah, because
really.
they want them to reproduce and have babies, don't they? Like the dick sticks in the fanny, sperm comes out, egg and all that. That's not under their control. All they're doing is having a shag. But there's other things controlling it, like what your baby looks like, how it'll be when it grow up. It's not their child; they're just vessels. And when the children grow up, they don't really listen to the parents, and they end up hating each other and all that. Do you believe in the Bible?
I don't have a belief in any God. No, I don't have a belief in the Creator.
I don't believe in the Bible either, but it's got some truth in it. But most of it's lies. But
I think it's a story. It's a book to tell us stories, to teach us lessons. With great stories.
Like it says, the father of lies, with Satan telling all the lies and all that. Well, where's the lies? What lies are you talking about? It's got to be everything. The whole human knowledge, what we know, is a lie, including the flat Earth and the round Earth.
But don't you think it's a part of the plan? If you if you adhere to God setting course a plan and Him knowing of the plan, don't you think that it's inevitable that it's going to happen?
What's going to happen?
Well, the flat Earth and that type of thing, because it's a part of God's plan.
Yeah.
It's to make people see, some things that they didn't normally look at before.
Yeah, it's the end. It's getting to the end of the world, but I reckon the end means the beginning, and the beginning was the end, because it's all like unevolved back then and now evolved, but we're starting a new beginning. But
I couldn't personally live that way. I couldn't live in thinking that it was end times, knowing that people for hundreds of years have lived that very same way, knowing and thinking that it was end times in their very time. Like, I think we're living in a beautiful part. Like, I have everything I want, to be honest. I can order anything from the internet, I think we're living in a beautiful.
I have everything I want. What about the rest of the world?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's about keeping others happy, and the problem is the corporate need to keep money down in other countries so we can use their work ethic. That's why everything's built in China, because it's cheap in China. But our government keeps it that way. So, do you think the morality that's happening between everyone in the planet is going off course of God's plan? Or do you think this is all a part of His plan? Did I break up there, or did you?
I think it was you.
All right. Do you think with the current moral, how moral the world is, do you think that's a part of God's plan, or do you think we're going off of God's plan? Where,
what sort of model? What model condition is the world in?
Where we value material things over non-material things.
Yeah, but slowly people getting awakened, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. Do you think that's a part of all God's plan? All these things that people perceive as evil, isn't the evil a part of God's plan? in a way, you know, for people to learn.
I don't think he'd be that sick, would he? Like, maybe, well, there's more than one deity, isn't there? Like, we've got the demons who are mythological Greek gods, aliens and all that. Maybe it's a good force fighting against a bad force. But I don't believe we've seen anything godly yet. Like, I believe this is the underworld where the evil rules, and God has nothing to do with this place. But
Yeah.
he's slowly coming here, so that's why some people are getting enlightened, and like there's a thing going all around the world right now, and people are speaking the same way. People are copying.
What's that?
I'm not going to go into it, but they're copying some things of other people, and this is happening worldwide. So that's a sign for me. He's on his way, like.
All right. Well, that can't be a good thing.
Yeah, no, it's good because it means we're all
United.
Yeah, it's like it gives a sense of unification, doesn't it? And yeah, I don't know too much about that. Obviously, no one does, but I do believe something good's going to happen, definitely. And don't worry, if it does get bad, you know, we'll always be okay in the end.
Yeah, it's kind of a waiting game, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I reckon something miraculous is going to happen, like a big change.
But what do you think needs to happen? Do you think humanity need to you know, come together? Do they need to cooperate as one, or do they
change themselves?
Because it seems all the different types of religion, you know, religion's supposed to unite people, but it seems all the different types of religion sort of tears people apart because they're divided. But do you think it would be better if we, like, could you imagine if a world event happened where there was a meteor headed for Earth and we all had to come together to come up with an idea to, you know, save ourselves?
So you need the bad things to take a look at how to be good. Well, it would happen like Michael Jackson said, you've got to look at the man in the mirror, make you change yourself, and then pass it on that way. Make ourselves change and try and change and all that. Or do we have God's intervention, divine intervention to do it? Maybe a bit of both. Like how could you explain to a fanatical Muslim that how to be and all that? He's not going to listen to you. So maybe some people won't be good, right. But we'll have to like just do as best as we can with what we've got, you know.
Yeah,
and try.
It's hard to keep everyone happy, isn't it?
But it's already going worldwide. Like people from all around the world are saying the same things and they're waking up. Now, in my Facebook, I wrote about 6 months ago on my Facebook something to do with flat Earth. It's just a passing comment. And now all of a sudden it's all over the internet. Like a week ago said this, 2 days ago, and they're all making flat Earth videos now. So the message is getting round. Not to believe in a flat Earth, but to think, learn to think. Don't believe what you get told. Like all those round globes, all that's from is American movies. They're computerized in it to see what they look like, and NASA's not real.
Petra, what you'll find is your computer is actually showing you targeted advertising. They're showing you things that you've searched before. If you went to a you know, a cyber cafe where they have just random computers, and you just typed in, you know, flat Earth is being shown to you more often because you're looking for it more often, and you watch the videos and that type of thing.
No, I don't. You know, I wasn't even that into it. I haven't watched any videos. They keep popping up, and it's, if you look at the old videos, it's all like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a few days ago. You've got the other channel, Debate. That's all they chat about was flat Earth. But no one's ever chatted about flat Earth in front of me. No, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, well, people seem to have a mentality, it's us and them. Like, they speak for everyone when they say flat earthers, and like when ballers speak, they say us as when they're speaking for all ballers.
That's where the divide is, it? Yeah.
yeah, but where people might have differing opinions of, you know, multiple things. But people seem to have the mentality of us and them, where, you know, I'm happy to speak to a flat earther about, you know, anything they're willing to talk about. But some have that us them mentality where I'm a paid shill to misinform and, you know, divide the subject, where I would just rather listen to your opinion on the subject and
learn a bit,
give you
and
mine.
then yeah,
Yeah.
no one knows indefinitely what it is, so there's no point arguing the same thing over and over because no one knows and no one's got any proof. I reckon those the furthest they've got in space with those space stations, they can see just above the Earth. So to them, the Earth looks flat and it goes on. They can't see the end of it because they haven't got that high up. If you look at Google Images and type in real photos of planets, I'm sick of saying it, really sick of saying it. I said it too much.
Yeah, that's
If you type in
it's
Google,
the same argument.
yeah, real photos of planets, they're all computerized. If you go on NASA's website, you'll see a video of the moon passing Earth and it's computerized. All the planets are computerized. That space mission that's going to Pluto to see how about the Big Bang. Oh, we've been doing it for 9 years. 9 years ago, no one told us that anything was going to Pluto to show us things. I think they're making shit up, like, to be honest with you. I've even had videos on my YouTube recommendation page saying NASA's stupid and all that. NASA admitted they are stupid, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep
NASA
the moon
admitting they
landing.
get it wrong. Yeah, well, I enjoy conspiracies as well. I think they're the mystery of a conspiracy is enticing because it's interesting to see the counter perspective. But there's also, I find there's a lot of nonsense in between it all. Like, people will fight over a single subject that won't lead anywhere for a long period of time, and it just won't lead anywhere. Like, I don't see any progress being made by the subjects that they're talking about.
Well, when they're arguing, they both think that they're right, and they'll fight to the death at the right, and none of them, each other of them, hasn't learned from one another. They don't listen to the other person's points. They're just close-minded and stick with their own points. So each time they argue, neither of them are going to win. They're both going to walk away thinking they've won, but they haven't took on any advice or any knowledge from each other, you know? It's just like the same argument, and then they'll get back on the next day and argue the same things.
But I've even watched them progress. Like, they become frustrated with the same questions over and over, and they become sort of, you know, leave me alone. And when people say leave me alone, they think, oh, you don't want to answer my questions.
Yeah.
So, you know, they get that negative tone. Like A4, you know how he always gets the negative, that a lot of people antagonize him over personal things and that type of thing, where they're not willing to just sit down and listen to what he has to say.
For him, he comes on this show and he fucking rants and shouts and doesn't let anyone talk. And if you talk, he snipes you.
Yeah, that he doesn't understand, you know, an open conversation. He needs to, you know, be the alpha and dominate the conversation, which can be really frustrating.
Like, he doesn't listen. He needs to listen to learn. Otherwise, he'll learn fuck all, because you got to learn about the people around you, the humans who are going to make you or break you one day, or going to agree with you.
Yeah, that's right.
No one's going to agree with him and go on his side if he keeps ranting and raving at people, telling them to shut up and fuck off and sniping them. He doesn't let anyone have any wage in his ways.
And the people that are on his side are just almost as toxic as him. But I don't know. I still see good in Troy. I think that, you know, Troy can be a good guy, but I think he's just been misled.
They're both all right. Yeah, I've got on with him recently, Adam. But yeah, I know where he's coming from. Yeah, he's saying quite a lot of stuff, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he's just an anger problem in it and sniping people. I don't like.
Oh yeah, it's going personal as well. You know,
Yeah.
the Facebook and contacting people's families. That's a bit irrational.
I get on me messages on Facebook. You know, the unread ones or something. They go in somewhere else that I haven't added them yet. I've been getting like these conversations that they've been writing about each other and telling them how to snipe people and all that. I don't know why they've been sending it to me.
Not really. I don't really pay that much attention. I'm not here all that often. I'm just
Writing on
saying
my
what I've
Facebook,
seen.
sends me a message on my phone to me Facebook about conversations that people have in the past on this website. It's fucking crazy.
All right.
I don't know why they're sending me it.
I don't know. I think that's a bad road to go down. You know, like Troy's done some bad things in the past, and he sort of knows that they were bad. And I thought he would see that these things that he's doing now are bad and could get him in trouble. And I think he's just being misled by Adam, unfortunately.
Adam's copying off me. And Troy, they read my Facebook. Next minute, Troy's sprouting out to everyone about his new idea he's had. He's fucking read it off my Facebook and got it off me, cheeky cunt.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit strange how they try and use the personal stuff against you.
He's like sprouting my knowledge off to other people, claiming it to be his own.
But, well, at least Armando's sort of made it a safer place here now that those people don't come here as often, at least.
I got asked to be a manager over there and I was going to do it, like, but they're all, like, horrible on there. That Lucky Pug's horrible. They don't have, like, you know, here.
Yeah.
I know Beck and there's Ronan and a shotgun and David and all that. We don't have to talk about flat earth. We can talk about what we had for tea last night, and it's just nice to have a normal conversation, and we all get on that. And but over there, it's not like that.
They're all constantly fighting with each other, constantly sniping, constantly not letting others speak.
I wouldn't get away with an edgeways. And that what's the debate one, the boss one? He didn't do fuck all about it.
Yeah, he seems to let it go on because he finds it mildly entertaining. But yeah, it would be nice if someone would just, speak up and say, "Hey, guys, let's get to a point," instead of just saying.
No one's got any respect for anyone.
Yeah, that is true.
Me and
a lot of
Armando.
People are selfish.
They are selfish, aye. Me and Armando used to talk like all the time in the wee hours of the morning, arguing to fuck about in religion, me non-religion. Arguing. It went on for weeks on Newsmax on here and everything. But he's learned now. Don't do it. Don't do it, like, because you're not going to get anywhere. You know what I mean? Yeah. We've learned, like, not to argue about shit that won't get resolved because it's not worth it. No one can prove it. He's not going to think any different. I'm not going to think any different. But with that other flat earth debate one, they haven't learned that their arguments are useless.
You can put your differences to the side and still have a conversation. Yeah. I don't understand how they can't do that. I think a lot of them actually look for an argument, I find. Because I've seen channels prop up from the Flat Earth channels where, people hang out. But they're looking for an argument. They end up breaking apart because they go back to the other channels back for the argument. It's strange that people are searching for that argument for some reason. Even if it is mindless, screaming about yelling over one another while yelling over one another.
It's like they don't learn, isn't it? They don't learn that they're not going to get anywhere. They're just wasting their time because no one's going to believe them.
Spinning their wheels. But it's interesting to watch. Like, I spend a lot more time watching than participating.
But that's where you learn.
Yeah.
You listen. We need a new topic to discuss rather than flat earth. What else is there?
There's been some pretty terrible world events happening.
Yeah.
I think I know the weather where everyone is. I've talked about the weather a fair bit. I talked about the weather last night a fair bit.
Good girl, Bella. Good girl. Really crisp. Bella's not getting any sleep tonight, is she?
Where do you see technology in 10 years? Do you think Facebook will still be a mainstream thing that a lot of people use? Or do you think it'll slowly get smaller?
I think it's already starting to get smaller. People start getting sick of it after a while. And plus, MySpace used to be the big one, and then on Facebook, maybe there'll be another one.
Yeah, there'll always be one after it.
I don't like Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either, but I see it. It's very prevalent just everywhere. There's not many people that don't know about it.
Fuck technology advancing. Humans need to advance.
In what way?
Spiritually, every way. Like,
yeah, but sooner or later we're going to want to genetically modify humans. What do you think about that?
Genetically modify them? How? To do what?
Say if we knew where cancer was in the genome, that we would pretty much affect while the mum's pregnant, so the child would not have cancer. Do you think that's moral or immoral?
Oh, it's all right if you're going to prevent cancer, but what if they said that the baby's got a deformity or something? They'll end up getting rid of it. I don't know. But do you don't really know anything about DNA? Like, they've won 95% of DNA is unknown.
But I find that appealing because, there's so much to learn. But I think sooner or later, giving birth, or not giving birth, but it's going to be like a baby selection. You're going to tick a box and it's going to be male or female.
What do you think that genetically modified babies are the way forward? I don't even think we should be producing anymore.
I don't think it's the way forward. I think there's like moral question things about it, but I think it's going to be something that is going to happen in our future, because there's things happening in the genetic field that, huge steps in the genetic field that are going to affect our future. And I was just talking about the moral choice of choosing whether your baby is going to live, a life without sickness, or, whether it's a good choice to choose whether your baby's going to be male or not.
No, I think that's satanic or something like that.
Yeah, I think it is immoral to a thing.
Like, I want blonde hair and blue eyes, they'll say something like that, innit?
That's right, yeah.
That's a new race.
But I think that is the future that you will see. Because in ways it is already happening, because a woman, when she's pregnant, she'll go into a 6-week scan, and if there's abnormalities with the baby, they'll recommend you abort, or they give you the moral decision whether to continue on with the birth. Like, it seems that the baby selection phase is already kind of happening.
What makes you think that having a baby is the answer to life? And how you lead it?
Because, like you were saying, we value things that are really of no value. And if you could genetically change that in people, like, people are going to want to. If people are going to find the ability to stop people eating more and living a healthier life, genetically, we're going to probably take that opportunity to do that. I think it's, inevitable, but it's only inevitable through birth, because, the genetic stuff has to happen on, pre-birth level.
I think people should start reproducing, because we're overpopulated. There's no manual how to be a good parent, so most 9 times out of 10 they're going to fuck up. Anyway, when kids grow up, they don't like the mum and dad, they don't respect them, they want to go their own way. This causes conflicts. The man and woman split up because the woman loves the baby more than the man. The man's not getting attention. The man wants a younger wife.
I don't think you could force people not to have kids.
ourselves is the answer. We should try and invent ourselves before we invent another little kid in the world. Like, progress yourself, be the best you can be. Because when you have babies, you go back to basic knowledge. This is a table. This is how you spell a table. You're forgetting all the things that you're meant to learn yourself on the journey. Don't bring any other people in it. It's just baggage. It's just worry, excess worry. Your kids is the worst thing you can ever do. Have kids.
I know, but I think it's, like a natural, it's instinct within us to be, attracted to.
Yeah, but you wonder why that are so many that we reproduce and all that. That's what all sex is for. People have it for pleasure, but that's all it's for, reproduction. When our bodies are made for reproduction, why?
Well, that's the thing that's kept us alive. That's the thing that's kept, because we only have a lifespan of 100 years, and it's created, it's your 100, say 2,000 lifespans old of 100 years of people living 100 years. It's something that's kept us up to those 100 years. So it's so overpopulated that it's become instinctual that people are attracted to the opposite sex. It's built within us. It's instinctual. It would be a hard thing to change.
If we keep reproducing at the rate we're going, we're going to end up like
we're
China,
not going to have enough.
Killing the babies. We're reproducing at a fast rate, and soon it's going to be overpopulated. Soon it's going to have to stop, isn't it? We need to stop. Yeah. We need to stop giving dolls to our young children, girls, because that's when they start getting maternally instinct with the dolls and that. I didn't play with dolls when I was younger, and I don't want kids at all. I think I'm a good role model for the young girls. Like, be strong, don't let men rule you, because they only get to have babies to impress men or like snare a man, trap him and all that. Don't have babies. Concentrate on your own body. Don't sacrifice your own body, because your man won't like your body after that. In fact, don't even look for a man for love. Find all the love from within, and then change people on the inside. So they feel more, because no one loves themselves. They all they're all insecure and finding love in other people. You're not going to find happiness in another person. That's recipe for disaster, because they've got your heart then, so they can go ahead and break it whenever they want. I don't believe in love between a man and a woman, like romantic love. Yeah, you may have all these funny feelings at first, but that quickly goes away.
I see love as a partnership. Like, you're no longer dealing life alone. You're dealing with
that's
life.
just to stop you from being lonely. That's a selfish reason. If you want to stick with someone for being lonely, yeah, go ahead, do it. It's never going to last. Like, rarity, my mom and dad.
I think that's a part of why people want to be with other people, because people fear loneliness. I
must be a robot then, because I don't get lonely or bored. I'm fighting for my path is the right path. Like, I'll prove it. Like, it's only just happening. It's just starting.
I think it's hard to change the mind of so many people. It's hard to get others to think similar to you. Like, a lot of people want to have kids. They want to have a family. They want to have a part of themselves.
You think it's to love them and to get love and all that. They should have that own love for themselves anyway. 9 times out of 10, the parents are bad parents. They don't know how to look after them. There's no parent manual. The kids who grow up resenting the parents, they move away from home. Mom and dad split up. You got teen pregnancies, and
there's a lot
being
of
pregnant is the most dangerous thing you can ever do.
What's that?
Being pregnant and going into labor is the most dangerous thing you can ever do.
Oh yeah, definitely. Women have to go through the hardest part of it all.
They're all splitting up, all these celebrities on TV, Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt. They know that no one sticks together, and that's just a reflection of what the whole rest of the world. There's no one that sticks together ever.
I think it's more of a modern thing. Like, people get fed up easily, and back when people had an issue, when they were with one another, they would work together to sort out their issue. Where nowadays people would just be like, I have an issue with you, so I'm no longer going to be with you. It's a part of that attention span that people don't really have much of anymore. I don't know, like it's a different subject because people feel differently, and you know.
One of them loves it. It's a family love. They love each other like family. Like I love my own dad and they love me. They love each other like they love me. You know, it's family love. That's really good if you can get it and that. But that doesn't always happen.
No, it doesn't. It's not always storybook.
Love is an illusion. Happiness is an illusion.
I think life is what you make it.
There's no right path to life, what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just playing it by ear, trying to be good and trying to do good things. You know, only good move from a good leg.
Yeah. And like singing and that type of thing sort of can shut your mind off from thinking about the bad stuff. You know, can focus. Don't you find you can focus more when you're singing?
Focus. No, I escape when I'm singing. I escape, but my biggest thing is animals, like the way they're treated and that, you know, makes me sick. I don't want to talk about that too much because I'll cry. But the changes are coming, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, with all the Trump stuff in America, I think there is going to be some big changes that's going to happen. You know, it's going to reflect on everyone else.
Pass it on one by one.
So have you got enough smoke and that type of thing for Christmas?
I'm going to quit weed. I'm quitting weed.
What?
Yeah.
Why's that?
To make me mum happy, to have more money. Just give it a break because I've been doing it now for quite a while. So I just thought I'd give it up like for me mum and get more money together.
How do you go when you give up? Do you get like?
I don't know. I haven't tried to give up yet, but I've done it for a couple of days now. But you don't get addicted to it. I think I'll find it pretty easy. It was just the reason I quit was because you know, when I come on camera on here and I've been stoned, my eyes go dead slitty and it looks horrible. And I've got this band website that I'm meant to go on soon when I get another computer because this one's not compatible for it. But you video yourself singing and like make music with other people, and I don't want to go on there with fucking stoned eye because it looks horrible. The only reason why I quit it.
Why? No one's ever mentioned it, have they?
Yeah, some people said your eyes look tired, like fucking hell.
Oh, they weren't trolls, were they?
No, they were just saying like no, because I'm not my eyes are normally dead big and beautiful, you know, and I want them to be like that. I don't want to be slitty eyed, looking stoned all the time, stoner. Takes up my time as well. Like it was something to do, something to pass the time, and you know, I ignore the pets. Don't you know?
Yeah, it's.
I'll see for now how it goes and see if I feel any better off it, and then I might have the odd one here and there, you know. But just I was spending 20 quid a day on it. It's 140 quid a week.
I found when I cut off of it, it affected my appetite. I found it hard eating for the probably 2 weeks later. I found I wasn't, you know, hungry at all, really.
You wasn't hungry at all?
Yeah. And I find when I'm not smoking, I dream and I'll remember my dreams more, which is not so good because I don't have the best of dreams all the time.
That's bad then. Do you know where dreams come from?
No. Where they come from, I don't know.
No one knows.
Yeah, they're a weird thing. But hopefully one day.
Like I'm sleeping as well is a bit weird as well. Sleeping's weird because your body just shuts off and like completely goes somewhere else in it. It's like you're dead to the world at night time. When the night falls, we all go to sleep. And then sun like comes up and we all get up.
Yeah.
just
body
like our body is
sort of
dead, isn't
relies
it?
on
Like,
that, doesn't it?
it's like everything's asleep, it's shut down, but we're dreaming about these weird dreams.
Yeah, dreams can be
I
pretty
don't like
realistic
dreams.
sometimes.
I had one last night and I didn't like it. It was not like dream, but I thought no, it's bad. Like I woke up and
Did
I
you
thought
fall
no,
asleep stoned?
no, I didn't smoke last night. But I haven't dreamed in a while. I haven't dreamed at all. And then last night I dreamed and I woke up and I'm thinking, no, I don't like them. Like they weren't bad ones, but I thought he was doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's spirits that are doing it.
I find when I
Don't think it's God.
was smoking, I don't dream. So, you know, I would use that as a reason to smoke, because I would have, you know, some pretty bad dreams sometimes.
Night.
Yeah.
Like explain what your nightmares were.
It's, you know, just like falling dreams, that type of thing. I just don't. I would rather not have them. I would have heaps of nice dreams as well. It's just, you know, sometimes you'd have that odd dream where you'd wake up, you know, in a huff and breathing crazy. Sometimes dizzy even. Have you ever woken up dizzy from a
No.
dream?
But I've had pain in a dream. I had physical pain in a dream once.
Wow. And what, when you woke up, you could still feel it?
No, someone was pressing down on me, and I felt this almighty weight on me, and I woke up. Yeah, and I remember the pain. I felt it woke me up literally because it hit me. So that's what woke me up. Didn't feel it when I woke up, but I felt it in the dream. Have you had sleep paralysis?
No, I haven't experienced that. I did have one weird dream once. I woke up and I went to the bathroom, and when I got to the bathroom and opened the bathroom door, like the shadow jumped out at me, and that's when I woke up. Like I felt like I was in the real world and awake, but then when the shadow jumped out at me, you know, it was super freaky. It definitely made me question going to the toilet.
There are demons out there. I know that for a fact, and I think they're the ones who are in control of this world. Like when they say, like when your loved ones die and all that, they go to another place. I don't believe that. I reckon the spirit's still here on Earth, but they're not living ghosts. You know, they're not ghosts doing tricks or being psychic for us. That's all demons. Demons give us dreams. They're controlling the bodies, like physical ailments, mental illnesses, physical disabilities, everything, like blindness.
I remember reading a dream dictionary once where it sort of depicted what you were dreaming about, and, you know, gave a frame of reference of what, you know, what your mental state was at the current time. Oh, D-Beck's here. Can we unhide him?
Can't he do it himself? I don't know how to unhide him.
He might need to be added to moderator.
He'll do himself. He knows how to do it.
Armando, are you there? You might need to unhide him. Yeah, dreams are a weird one. Maybe in the future we'll have more understanding. I watched a video once where they hooked a guy up to a, you know, like a brain sensor, and it was a library of a bunch of videos, and they could use the data picked up from his brain movement, and it would show a video of his actual dream from pictures of movies. It was quite... I'll try and find the video. How you going, D-Beck?
All right. Yeah. You've been up all night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm keeping Petra up.
Petra?
I'm getting a bit tired now.
Yeah, go when you need to. Don't let us keep you up.
No, it's all right. I'll enjoy myself. I'll go to sleep in a bit. Got nothing to do, like, so I can sleep in when I want.
Aye.
Eat, be whenever I
get no update here now. I think the Americans were getting annoyed last night.
Why? What?
Amy was telling them that Josie was slagging them all off.
I was slagging him off a bit as well.
Yeah, she knows how to stir it up, that woman. She's got it in for me for sticking Shan when she thought she was a guy. Oh, it's funny. Yeah. Anyway, what were you talking about? Animals?
Dreams.
Talking about dreams.
All right, yeah, weird stuff. Yeah.
Where do we go when we're sleeping, and how does our bodies shut off like that? And like, you're just dead to the world, aren't you? And then when you wake up, you feel like shit.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
Where do we go?
Who
gives us dreams?
Your brain. I think it's your brain experimenting.
Your brain fuck around with you.
Is your
Well, I've
brain
heard that
really?
it's... Go for it, D-Bay.
That's it. You know, like your brain rearranging your memory library, then playing about with it, like juggling. I would some weird dreams. Everybody's had weird dreams.
Yeah, that's the explanation that I've heard as well.
I reckon they're engineered
Like, I
by
think...
something. Higher beings. Don't forget, we're not the real ones, you know.
Nobody can explain conscience. Got to have something to do with your conscience, you know.
Someone's giving you dreams, they're actually making it, manufacturing it in your head and giving it to you on purpose. Higher beings.
Yeah. Posting it in your head when you're sleeping.
Yeah. I know that for a fact from some of the dreams I've had, which I'm not going to go into. But, yeah, man.
I like the conscience, or, you know, the pre-conscience that they speak of as well.
Yeah. Have you watched any Sam? Have you watched any Sam Harris lectures on conscience?
Yeah, I think I've watched one. I find him hard to watch.
I don't like reading other people's ideas because that's all they are. Their theory. Why not make your own theories up?
He reminds me of a teacher I once had.
Well, he's a younger than me, so I could listen to him.
75.
Hey? Huh?
Are you 75?
You cheeky minx. 59.
79.
59.
79.
50, under 60.
Spring chicken.
How old are you in your mind?
Well, my mum's 83. My mum's 84 in January.
Wow.
Yeah, she still smokes. Has a little whiskey. Yeah, she smokes about 10 a day.
Must be that Scottish blood.
Oh, as well, I think it just depends your genetic makeup. You know, I mean, smoking is bad for you, but don't affect it, don't think.
Are Snickers more healthy? Are Snickers more healthy?
In moderation.
Well, it's certainly less harmful than tobacco, you know, I think.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I would smoke that. You know, it's,
talk me through how to unhide someone and how to get the control rooms.
If you unhide someone, you go over that little arrow on the box, yeah.
Yeah, but how do you get control rooms first?
Well, the control room, you can't really do a lot. on that. That's over on the left-hand side. Grey box.
I've got control. I've got control mods now on here, so I can hide them. But how do you get control mods in the first place? Control room.
Amando mods you. The control room is.
Oh, so you can't get control room by yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, you get the control room by yourself on the left-hand side, that grey box. You can mute people. Yeah. Or you can turn the microphone off and on. See it?
Unmuted my microphone. You have the power to do that?
Yeah, the power. I've muted Beck and he doesn't even know he is. Beck.
With great power comes great responsibility. So he taught you how to do it. You just got to go to their name tag and click on the arrow or something.
So I've unmuted him now. Beck.
Huh?
I muted you.
Or you can turn people's camera on. But I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, and I know Amando hasn't done it. The cheeky monkey Petra.
See D-Beck's real warmer.
And your Petra would.
I just want to test it.
Petra will go crazy with that when she's got it. Just turn
crazy with power.
Yeah, but if people don't expect it, Petra, it will upset them. You know the camera.
Yeah, people have a privacy issue with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you do the camera, they might not come back in again.
No, I won't go crazy with him.
Well, if somebody really annoys you, you can do it. Somebody calls in and just do it. I wouldn't do it particularly to women. You know what I mean? Because they might be sitting there topless, and it just it'd be really embarrassing for them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
This is my last thing, and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
If them trolls, if like Adam or Little Pig come in.
Yeah, Little Pig.
Porn bomb. You just don't unhide them, and then they can't show. They can't porn bomb. Just leave them hidden, or you do a vote thing to kick them out, because I don't think I didn't eject them. But you can try and eject them. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, but they just come on under another name then, don't they?
Yeah, if you don't recognise the name, don't unhide them. Yeah.
Sean came on here the other day, and she was hidden, but you could still hear her. Normally, every time I'm hidden, I can't use my microphone. It says I'm muted.
Yeah, I came in and I was muted. It depends how Amando can set it up so that the microphone is either muted as they enter the room. It all depends how he sets it up. Main reason to have them hidden is to stop them porn bombing. The ones Bob and
does it also stop their ability to snipe?
I don't know if it don't stop them sniping, but it stops them porn bombing, putting porn up on the screen.
Yeah.
They can't do that presentation, like Petra did with the shoes. they can't present, so they can't pawn bomb unless they're unhidden. So if you don't recognise the name, you don't unhide them, because it means somebody would have sent them the link. They've jumped in another name, you know.
Yeah, they've seen adamant in destructing Armando's channel.
How did you find the site, Edward?
Pardon?
How did you find the site?
I heard Armando in a Flat Earth chat.
You heard
and
Armando
then
what?
I heard Armando in a Flat Earth chat, just talking to people. And then he opened up his channel and I listened in to it once, and then, you know, met some cool people. I'm still here. Well, how about you? Did you meet on Newsmax?
Yeah, months ago. I think I was one of the first ones on it.
No, I took 3 or 4 from TYT. TYT had a side room, you know, a backup stream that nobody could use unless you sent them the link, and there was about 30 of us in that, and 3, 4 or 5 went to TYT when it shut down.
What's TYT?
But yeah, the Young Turks, you know that Young Turks stream?
No.
Yeah, it's called the Young Turks. There's usually a few hundred on that. It's like a news stream. Yeah.
I know
Just
of it.
doesn't-
I don't think I've ever watched it live. I've only seen videos of that guy and stuff.
Oh, Sync. Yeah, I just mute the narrative on it. It's boring. Same as Newsmax. It's propaganda.
Yeah.
And you guys just chat in the Hangout chat.
On the text stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a couple of little groups that just jump about, try to take streams down. One of those groups.
Yeah, what was that weird English, that crew of English people that followed you here once? They were weird.
What, on this one, on the Mandos?
Yeah, they followed you here once. When you're yelling at Bulldog and
Oh,
they joined you.
yeah, that's Eric Fartman. Where's it from?
He seems like he's in one of those sorts of groups that just, you know, travels around and snipes when he doesn't get his way.
Yeah, Eric Fartman's in it. He stole my pictures off Google Plus, my granddaughter. And then he would just come in his own name. You know, he didn't bother hiding his name. And started making disgusting comments about the pictures he'd taken. My Google Plus account. But yeah, he's in a group with Rolly and Preter Phoenix. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Rolly. I don't know all the others.
Same group as they are.
Yeah, I know Rolly's a bit
Look
of a
at this on
troublemaker.
the screen share. This says hell found beneath the sea. What happened to these souls will shock you. There's people here underneath the sea. And this one's a Physis that's saying.
Do you know what that is? That first story is actually an undersea sculpture that they put out in the sea.
So it's not real people?
No, that story is absolutely false. That headline is absolutely false.
Look at this.
That second one is a Hadron Collider with the symbol of...
Oh, yeah.
But they said we've done something we shouldn't have. I'll put this on and see what you say on this one if you're interested. We've done something we shouldn't have, they say.
Hell found beneath the sea is a weird subject because that is a well-known art sculpture under the sea that someone made.
free car giveaway. I'm gonna show you how you can win a brand new.
Go on, you bastard.
I just got a Lamborghini Aventador here.
Is that these people that say they're going to blow up, they're going to create a black hole?
The Big Bang.
Paranoid.
I'm a physicist at CERN. We've done something we shouldn't have done. Connecting to other dimensions is real and we have achieved contact. Could this be real? We have sent emails to CERN to find out what they would tell us about this physicist. Everyone knows or feels something bad is going on there. Maybe what we're feeling is true. Stay paranoid, my friends. Here is the repost. Please be advised of the following. 1. I am breaking international laws regarding privacy and secrecy by publishing this information. 2. I am not going to since I know that any attempt to prove what I've seen or what I've been part of will result in my immediate and thorough extermination. My name is Dr. Edward Mantel and I was, technically, still am, a physicist at CERN, located in Geneva, Switzerland. I specialize in particle and subatomic research, focusing on quark interactions. In other words, I study very, very small particles and how they interact with one another at very high speeds. Until Thursday, January 15, 2014, I was a normal scientist living and working on the CERN campus. Most of the scientists who are involved in the branch of research that I am live on campus at the facility in Geneva and venture out only for social activities and the occasional visit home. Most of you who have heard of CERN will have heard of the LHC, Large Hadron Collider, the largest scientific instrument which exceeds 20 miles in diameter and travels under the sovereign territory of 2 countries, Switzerland, France. The public has been told that it was constructed at a cost of tens of billions of euros for the purpose of studying the birth of the universe, and the collisions that take place within the collider allow us a quick glimpse at certain phenomena. Particles hit one another at incredibly high rates. This is not what the machine was designed for, nor is it what the machine has been used for since its inception. CERN's main purpose was to, well, it was to open a doorway. Allow me to explain. The doorway idea came into fruition in the 1960s.
Nonsense.
After years and years of attempting to study the phenomenon, including large-scale and very public interactions such as the Roswell incident and the Battle for Los Angeles incident well before that, the governments of the United States, Great Britain, and France decided to throw their weight behind the understanding of what precisely these objects were. The ideas flew far and wide.
An alien cake.
UFOs from another planet? Were they from another time? Or were they simply mass hysteria and mass delusion fueled by the overactive imagination of a public who were shit scared of communists and their technology? No, they were none of those. Our universe is but one page in a large book.
Commies.
A closed book sitting on a table. You see each page
like that one.
on top of one another, bound by the line and sound.
My YouTube got loads of fucking weird things my YouTube's got on it.
Yeah, my recommender's pretty full of shit at the moment too.
You know, I think about 70% of what comes up on that YouTube is just shit.
I know. I kept putting them on before and turning them off because they're all crap.
Yeah, you've got to find the
mysterious birth has this woman suspect that she may be a hybrid.
I mean, some of it's just people trying to get hits. You know, if they get like them UFO sites get millions of hits, they'll make a little bit of money. You know.
Yeah, it is weird. It's corrupting information, though.
Yeah, overkill.
I said before, must see space is water, and that's a flat earth cover up. As they've got, they think that under the sea is space, and like space is watered as well. You know, because like if you go under the sea, you'll get to space. So that means that space is on, but obviously it's on the other side.
It's not so bad when it happens with science, because you know sensible people can discern the crap from the truth. But when it happens with politics, that's, you know, some people actually believe some of the political crap these nutters put out. You know, that's not good.
Yeah, that can be dangerous.
Especially when it can affect how the way somebody votes. You know, some people are easily led.
I think people want to be led though too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you can't source, with a lot of hit, and you can't source the proper, you know, where they got the information from, that can be bad. You know, I mean, the Clintons reckon there was a misinformation put out on the social media about them. Perhaps there was, but if it swayed that election, then that's wrong. You know, because it was very close election. Yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely a weird election this time. If you account with the technology and stuff and the Russian hacking that have been going on, I think they haven't.
On my computer one time, I think I logged on and my search engine wasn't the one I normally use. It was I use Google, but this one came up as Jeeves, and it just came up when I logged on my computer, and a video comes up of a fight between Snow White and the other princess out of Frozen, and underneath it said who it was by, and it said Russian hacker.
Yeah, I remember that hack that went on. That was I think it was an April Fool's hack. And yeah, it changed everyone's homepage from Twitter to Ask Jeeves with that video on it.
Oh, Twitter. I've never used that.
Yeah, well, it depends how you were infected or what, you know, what you used. But I think a lot of the stuff, a lot of the hacking hasn't been in the media that have been going on. Like this year, all the arrest reports were hacked in America, and that includes shadow arrests, which are arrests that they take in people that, you know, make contracts to, you know, return to the public and get more information. So it put a bunch of people, you know, at risk of being killed because they're on a list of, you know, shadow arrests, and that wasn't even made public. But it happened this year. Every arrest record was released. Like the whole system of the police system that they use, it's called, I don't know, some syntax. It was hacked this year. Every bit of information was, you know, taken from it.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
you know, every registered car ID, everything.
Yeah. I remember Yahoo putting out a statement that some accounts got hacked, and then it turned out a couple of weeks later to be something like 300 million.
Was that the recent Yahoo one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a very big breach in people's information, and then somebody else followed up with the same thing a couple of weeks later. But no, I don't think it was Google. Sam, you know.
Well,
might have been
I see the people who own the software having an issue with coming out and saying there's an issue with our software. You know.
Yeah.
Because it destroys, you know, their people that are buying their software.
Yeah. Well, they don't want people to stop using that browser, do they?
Yeah. I think that's why it isn't so much widespread. People know about it, but it's happening. It's happening a lot at the moment.
Oh yeah, I mean banks. There's such a thing for banks, etc. As bad publicity. When they get, money stolen, they don't like it getting reported because it just fuels people to make the same attempt. Do you know what I mean?
Guys, I'm going to go to bed now. Good night and God bless.
Yeah, talk to you later, Brett. Good night or good morning.
Good night, good morning, and good afternoon. In case I don't see you, good tomorrow. See ya.
Aye. See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, banks don't like bad publicity like that.
No,
particularly if they put any kind of detail of how it was done. They don't put the full detail, obviously, but they don't even like a little bit of detail given. Yeah.
I remember they used to run competitions each year. They no longer do that anymore, where people would the white hat competitions where people were given a certain time span to hack something, a certain level of encryption. It seems they don't, they publicize big hackings to be a good thing in some ways. Like, how last Christmas they knocked off all the PlayStation networks and that type of thing to set a trend that people need to spend time with their family.
Was that anonymous?
It wasn't anonymous. It was a group, Lizard Squad, I think it was, last Christmas.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah. Well, it happened to the denial of service, isn't it? They do. But I mean, that's and Sony couldn't do a lot about that. I mean, at one point, a couple of years ago, that was happening like once or twice a week.
Yeah. It is a bit weird, but that's only, DOS attacks. That's only, a surplus of wrong packets. It isn't really a hacking like the Yahoo hacking was actually information stolen, or not stolen, but private information that people thought were private.
They get worried when it comes into stealing people's money because that, for instance, on a PlayStation, you could have an account where you bought games and stuff, and
linked to your credit card.
Yeah, hackers were getting into that and actually taking people's money or buying stuff for themselves, different ways of doing it, earn for them,
What do you think the future will bring? More security or more hacking?
No, the way of getting around that is them just to change the platforms or change the systems, and you just have to, it's the consumer that pays more in the end, next level, and, not backtrack, jump up to the next level and pay for it. Well,
they sort of got to have a fine balance of, to make a Google account, it requires a mobile phone number and all your details. Like, they're trying to, if they made it more secure, that would require more information. They sort of got to have that balance of making it easy for you to do, and so you're actually wanting to make an account there too.
Yeah, I think if you link up, password, your telephone, a fingerprint.
Yeah, but have you noticed that a lot of YouTube accounts are being hacked at the moment?
Yeah.
What they were doing was calling up the telephone companies and asking them to send the SIM card to their address. So they would get the SIM card of, a popular YouTuber, and then they would get them to send the code to their phone. It's one of the most recent hackings that have been going on popular YouTubers.
And that's so simple, yeah.
Well, it is when you think about it, because everything is linked to your name normally.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't like the idea of linking your phone and your laptop and your home computer, etc., your bank account. It's a way of monitoring you without actually putting a chip inside you, you know.
Yeah, without you being aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, they do it anyway.
But I think they add that.
Permission.
They do it now because it's selective. Like, you choose to put that information there. So if it ever comes to an issue of your information being out there, they can say, "Oh, you chose to put that information there." You know, I think they've.
Yeah, they can. Well, they can't really for the moment, because you can make up any kind of email address. It doesn't mean you're pushing the keys. Do you know what I mean? You can still be a bit anonymous, but when it comes to fingerprint recognition, sign-in ID, or iris recognition, then they link to you then personally, you know.
Yeah, but then you see that storage of information of your fingerprint being somewhere, being connected to you. That information can be hacked, can't it? So then they've suddenly got your identification.
Well, I mean, if you link all four, it would be difficult. I noticed that new Samsung 8 next year. It's going to have iris recognition. So I mean, when that's commonplace in phones and on laptops or iPads or whatever, you know, that's going to be difficult to remain anonymous. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree in some ways, but I think technology will keep up with anonymity. I think people will always come up with methods to keep their anonymity. Yes, I think always, because we always, like you say, we always go back to the methods of, you know, using the internet, and backdoors still exist in there.
I think there'll be a lot of people able to, you know, navigate around that. But I think for the general mass of people, the vast majority wouldn't be able to. That they would still be identified as that person using that machine, phone. You know, I mean, I don't know how to hack. I don't know how to script write or anything. But so if all that was joined together, identifying you as the user of that machine, get around that, you know. I'm sure, you know, a lot of people could, but I think the vast majority would just be easily identified then.
Well, in 10 years, when they have to take a measurement of your blood and genetically test it, just in your phone. When they get the iris, like, iris seems to be, you know, the maximum security that we're pretty much aware of at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's nothing, you know, original, you know, unique about everyone's eyes. Very unique.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just for social media. I mean, facial recognition is used now, you know, in security systems.
But have you seen them try and, you know, shift that type of stuff? Like, have you seen the fingerprint stuff where they just put it on wax and they can do a fingerprint?
Yeah, no.
Have you seen them try and, you know, just backdoor that type of technology? Like, could you hold a photograph of someone up and take a picture of their eye close enough that you could use their security?
Yeah, I don't know how that kind of scanning works, you know, whether it recognizes movement or, you know, whatever. But I was meaning more for the corporate end, for business and for commercial reasons. You know, the security end of it was facial recognition for known terrorists or criminals, yeah. But that can be adopted for commercial reasons. For instance, you're walking around the supermarket, cameras can recognise you if you're identified, you know, to your account, or if that store or whatever.
What do you think about that system, the Big Brother system?
But I mean, I don't know if you're walking past advertising, and that advertisement changes to suit you yourself. Everybody's looking at something different, aren't they?
Yeah.
And how far down the line does that go? You know, it becomes, you know, to a point where you don't know if what you're looking at.
I understand the security aspect of it too. Like, if someone can get stabbed, they can almost follow a person home with the cameras that they have on the streets nowadays.
Oh, Christ, yeah. I mean, in here, in the UK, in towns, I reckon you can be on some kind of security camera up to, I think it was 45 times per day. Average shopper, you go get your newspaper, do a bit of shopping, you're probably up 40 plus cameras per day in your activities, you know. You go to the store, you know, anywhere you go, and a lot of people have them outside their home. I've got them. I mean, I live out, you know, I'm outside the town.
I thought
I don't have security for
your home.
For break-ins. I just have them to observe outside the dog or my dogs when I had them.
Yeah.
I've got another one that views out to sea. But anybody passing the end of my drive shows up. My camera records 24/7.
Oh, you don't have like movement detection?
No, it just records constant, then it re-records again.
Ah, yeah, over itself.
Yeah, all the time. I mean, I had a pallet of cement dropped off yesterday. It was delivered to the wrong address, and I caught that on, you know, camera.
Ah, yeah.
So even when they're still to take that away, but forget any hassle from these idiots saying, you know, they haven't caused any damage, but the option's always there to look. I've got your guys lifting it over my head here on camera. You know, the security technology is that cheap now. Anybody can buy it for home. So even as you walk down a suburban street, turning on people's security cameras now, you know.
Yeah, I bought a cheap, like $500 home set, and it came with 4 cameras and, you know, a thing that you plug into your TV, the box. And it has all the movement detection and stuff.
Yeah, and you can access it over the internet on your phone.
Yep, I can connect it into all that if I wanted to, but I don't. I just have it locally on the TV.
Yeah, but can you imagine as more people, you know, connect their system to the internet, you know, the authorities are able to access their cameras, you know, without them being aware of it.
Did you hear about the hack where people were doing that, looking through those cameras?
I remember reading. I know they can turn on your phone camera because the local kids here did that to me.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's quite funny. Well, funny and a bit annoying and disturbing at the same time. After my laptop remotely, he's my granddaughter's girlfriend. Nearly just turned 15. Yeah.
He's your granddaughter's girlfriend.
My granddaughter's boyfriend. Sitting in a local pub, you know, I went in and they were playing pool, and I bought them a soft drink. And you know, they think they're winding me up. You know, I'm not bothered, but they play their little bits of jokes and stuff. And granddaughter came over to me where I was sitting playing a game of cards and said, Thomas is going to phone you, Granddad, don't worry about it, you know. And I said, what? And she walked away, and I thought, bloody Thomas hasn't even got my phone number. Well, obviously she gave him my phone number, you know, my mobile number. Anyway, the phone rings and it's a message. That up, and it was from Miss Thomas, and he'd sent me a picture of myself sitting there. Just kind of see
just from your number.
just from my phone number, he'd turn my camera on and take, like, you could see the bottom of my chin and kind of up my nose, playing cards, yeah. And he said, all right, Gramps, you know, he called me Gramps, yeah. And I thought, what the fuck?
Yeah, that would have been spin out.
Yeah, he said, don't worry about it. He said, just messing about. But he turned my, and he said to me, he says, I can turn your phone on. He says, from anywhere now that I've got your number and listen to what you're saying. And you don't even know your microphone's on.
Holy shit.
So if kids can do that, I mean, what can the smart hackers do? You know, I just can't, it's incredible. And I know some of his mates, some of his friends, because they're going to get into trouble. Now, the local council offices, the finance department, they hacked into that and deleted everybody's community charge bill. You pay like a council tax, and they deleted 73,000 council tax bills.
Were they busted or?
No, two of them were caught. No, they're two underage. One was 13, and one was 14, and they're too young, to convict for it. But I don't actually know what's happened to them yet. But they'll obviously special care order placed over them.
Yeah, I'd say they'd be under monitoring now.
Yes, some kind of supervisory office, because they also hacked into the Lord Mayor's computer and totally screwed it up.
Ooh, yeah, that'll get you into trouble.
Yeah, they've got to be careful, particularly if they commit some kind of fraud. That's when the police, take notice and get interested.
Well, that's the problem with modern day hackers. They're not showing security flaws. They're just, flexing their muscles.
Yeah.
Because they know not to show security flaws because, they can fix them. It seems the white hat hacker has drifted away. There's more black hatters now.
Yeah. Well, the council one where they deleted everybody's bill, I mean, people were still, obviously some still paid the bill regardless. They knew it was something wrong. But what the council reckoned was, even though they found out, how they done it and who done it, technically financially out of pocket because they never received a lot of money they should have had, gained interest in over even a short period of time, so they lost out financially. Now you're probably only talking about a couple of £100, 73,000 people. But had that been in a larger scale, a lot of money just through interest, on the money that should have been in the account. Yeah, because it took them 2 weeks to sort it out. Issue letters to people, etc., etc.
Yeah, I remember PayPal going through that problem. The 5-day waiting period of transferring money into PayPal.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon just that 5-day waiting period, spread out over all their customers, pays for each day.
Yep.
Pays for a whole year. Just the interest that it gains in their account, which is insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, big companies, when they move money about, they can lose millions in seconds, Yeah.
Yeah, when it's those sorts of numbers.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
But I think there's always going to be that, in the future, there's always going to be that balance between security and insecurity. There's always going to be people wanting to, fight.
Yeah, I mean, they'll
I don't know
allow
who's
the
going to win,
banks.
though.
Well, the banks will allow a certain amount of fraud. If it gets too much, they've got to do something about it. But when they say they're losing, 150 million or 300 million, that's absolutely buttons to them. They're not concerned about that. A few Joes losing a couple of £100 that they have to compensate. When the profit they do make, if it gathers a large scale and quite a lot of people are able to do it, that's when it becomes a problem for them. Theft, from your employer, they're not bothered about a couple of percent theft. If it gets to 10%, then it becomes a problem.
That's still it's still a lot considering, the numbers.
Yeah.
It's a lot to a person that doesn't see those type of numbers, I guess.
Well, it would be tempting. I mean, if I knew how to do it, take a couple of pence out everybody's bank account and they wouldn't notice. I mean, that's,
I don't think I have the morality to skim. I would have that inside of my head telling me, you're a bad fucker. Someone earned this money.
Well, yeah, but I mean, morality-wise, I mean, I wouldn't, I wouldn't take something from somebody's account, that's got, in it. It's got an account with £60,000 in it. They ain't going to miss £2,
Yeah.
They're not going to look at that on the bank statement,
Yeah, that's right.
If it's a smaller amount, a few pence, I'm sure it's done quite often. People, do the banking programs, and just not noticed.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be when,
Do that with 30 million people, you're a millionaire, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's when you start to get, more.
Yeah.
And you get more momentum and more, people want to know who you are.
Yeah.
Because, it ends up coming in the woodwork sooner or later. I couldn't live with that paranoia, I don't think. Because I would always think that I'm always going to get caught.
Oh yeah, you'd always be looking over your shoulder, but that's, I would have thought I would be able to do just one sting and then leave it. You'd get bored.
Just one job.
Yeah, that was too easy. Like having your fingers in the cookie jar. Oh, I'll have one more.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean, so-called legal companies, they steal us blind different ways, etc. They're no different. They do their criminality legally, so to speak.
How many times they tax your pension here is ridiculous.
Oh, I know the tax is bad in Australia. Is it something like 40%?
Depends what wage bracket you're in, but yes, 40% if you've earned more than $120,000 a year.
Yeah, I spoke to some of the Australian guys we used to work with, and they were paying something like 42%, 44%.
Yeah. I think if you earn below that, you're in a 30% bracket, and then if you earn below 20,000, I think a year, you're in a 14% bracket.
Well, what upset the Australians when we went over there was the company I worked for, All Seas. They were that Jose on there. They were registered offshore. Yeah. UK, the tax rate's about 19%. Because I went
Is that
through
flat
the Dutch
19%? Like for however much you earn?
That's the lowest pay. That's the lowest base income tax rate. I would have paid a bit higher than that actually, but I'm just going on the lowest rate is 19%.
All right.
The because I went through the company that was registered offshore, I actually paid 7%. Yeah. Now, when we went to Australia, because they were on temporary contracts, yeah, the Australians on board, paid, and we were still in Australian waters, they actually paid the Australian rate. Working with alongside someone that's paying, 44%, and you're paying 7%.
Oh, you got to rub that in.
Oh, it was, but it upset them. Yeah, really
Yeah, I'm sure it would.
upset them.
It would kill their morale.
What compounded that more was that was the only time that the company would employ Australians, because they had to by law. Australian waters, you've got to employ something like
Yeah,
12%.
a certain percentage. Yeah.
Yeah, but the company wouldn't employ them on any other contracts because of the union issue. They were really strongly into unions.
Yeah, we're pretty. I remember you telling me about Australians before. We're all whingers.
Well, not so much. I mean, exaggerate that, but it was just the fact that silly could stop that pipeline. And like I say, I've known them do it 2 or 3 times just for so petty reasons. And it's something the company couldn't tolerate because it cost them a hell of a lot of money. When that ship's not laying pipe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I will say there was only 3 times they had trouble with unions. Was in the 30 years I worked for them, was twice off the coast of Australia and once in the Gulf of Mexico. Americans, and the 3 times I've known, a job to stop on the ships I worked on. I mean, there's been other times, was through union activity, either, over in Australia or Mexico with the Americans.
So
No other
a union issue is someone discriminating with the workload, is it? Or is it?
Well, different reasons. They were worried about the safety of a job, but the petty reason, one I knew was a client inspector swearing a preheater who was Australian. He swore at him about 4 times. He went to his shop steward and they stopped the line until he got an apology. He'd been sworn at.
Wow, that is strange.
That is fucking crazy, I mean, obviously, they'd had an argument, and this inspector had got upset about the explanation. The preheat the pipes before welding. Argument, and this client inspector had started saying, "Oh, you stupid fucker! You don't know what you're fucking talking about, you idiot!" That, and he just walked away. He went to his shop steward, and it stopped that pipe. I mean, and that's just unheard of,
Yeah, it sounds like a display of power, though. Like, I have more control here than you.
Yeah, but I mean, when that gets up to these head offices and they, these managers say, did this ship stop, for 2 hours? Oh, there was somebody swearing. They don't want to know. And say, somebody what? Oh, fuck. Attack the guy that told him that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
He's
right.
nothing, even in another country, half a world away, telling him it's because of an argument. And he'll be sacked just for telling us fucker that.
Well, you have a schedule to keep, don't you? And you're normally always behind schedule.
Well, just a schedule. Once you start laying pipe, you can't stop, really.
Did you ever lay fiber optic cable?
Sometimes fibre optic rides on the back of pipeline, you know.
Oh, wow. I watched a documentary on the fibre optic cable the other day.
Yeah.
They lay it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with fibre optic, it can be laid a lot quicker than pipe with smaller vessels. It's a lot easier to pre-trench for fibre optic and lay it, and like I say, you can a lot quicker than pipe, you know.
And they can carry so much. They showed the bow of the ship where they wind it all up in a huge, massive room.
Yeah. Oh, they can carry, you know, 100 kilometers of cable, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But
did you always have ships coming to you to drop more pipes off?
Yeah, you're constantly supplied. Yeah, with ships, with pipeline all the time. You know.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to stop laying pipe, you know, to go get pipes. But yeah, you're constantly supplied. Even with fuel, land pipe, you know, is all supplied.
Would it be constantly, or would it be 12 hours on, 12 hours off, or would it be 12 hours and then change shift with another person that's about to do 12 hours?
Yeah, 12 on, 12 off, 7 days a week. Yeah.
Sheesh.
For however, I mean, if you get slowed up by weather, you stay in that contract until you meet the jacket or the seabed insulation, because it's got to be finished. You know, you don't want to cap that and leave it and pick it up later. That happens very rarely. It's easy to do. You can cap a pipe and leave it and come back and pick up where you left off. You know.
Yeah.
That's
do conditions ever change the plan? Like if the water's moving around too much and a ship can't come up to you and drop pipe off?
Yeah, I've only known that happen maybe twice, because long range. Well, the ships are very stable in the first place. Yeah.
So big.
Yeah, I mean, in a force, that ship will stay stable. They have such long-range weather forecasts, etc. It's even more detailed than what you would get from the Met Office. They know what weather's coming, and they will work to suit that weather. You know.
I guess you have to be used to being at sea for long periods of time.
Oh, longest. I think the longest I did was 13 weeks. But it's normally 5 weeks on, 4 weeks off, or 5 weeks on, 3 weeks off. It's up to you, you know. Because it, you know, also costs them a lot of money to, you know, fly people home and back again.
Yeah, they want to get as many moved as once and as many back as they can.
Yeah, well, it's a constant slow rotation, you know. The work's got to be steady. You don't want to change everybody at once, you know. It kind of fucks everything up. It's a constant slow rotation all the time.
Yeah, stopping for half a day costs you more than it's worth.
Well, not just that. I mean, if you could move, you know, 200 guys off a ship and 200 back on the same day, it still would interrupt the natural flow.
Yeah, because you're moving people.
Yeah, it's only done maybe 20 at a time, 24 at a time, you know, in a constant rotation. Yeah.
Wow, it definitely has to work together like clockwork. A lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah, not a lot can go wrong. A lot of that system's automated, but yeah, everybody, you know what your mates are doing at your station all the time. It becomes very robotic, actually, what you do. You know, it's kind of repetitive. You know.
Do you try and set yourself records, like how many kilometers of pipe you're going to lay that day?
No, you can't you can't do that because it's laid to a specification, and if everything works as it normally should, it's like a set speed. It's not something you can really speed up, you know, unless it's a different, you know, a different kind of vessel with different techniques. But process you can really speed up a lot, you know.
And working so many places, do you run into the same people, or is it always different people?
No, you usually work with the same crew at the same station, but if you can do different jobs, you may ask, you know, to move to a different station just to break the boredom. But that can break the flow as well if you're not used to working with people, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You got to get your bearings with your team again.
Yeah, they just want pure consistency and everything, you know. The tolerances can't be broken. You know, everything's done to specification. It's very high specs, like oil pipelines, because you don't want any mistakes. Cost that company, you know, could cost them billions. It could cause the company to collapse. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't want to be the reason for that. It would
Well, you
tarnish
look
your
at what
reputation.
happened. Look what happened to BT in the Gulf, just because of a faulty valve. Yeah. How much that cost BT? You know.
Yeah,
The
definitely.
compensation. I mean, that could crush a company. You know, one silly mistake like that should have never happened. You know. But the servicing of that kind of installation, if it's not kept up, I mean, long, you know, at the bottom of the sea, it's got to be serviced. It's an ongoing thing.
Yeah. I watched the thing on them as well, and the amount that they move around and that type of thing, they are constantly under stress. They do need to be maintained constantly.
Yeah, there's pipelines in the North Sea now that are being capped, you know, off the coast of Norway, where they're lifting them. It's a very expensive operation to clean out that pipeline, cap it, and
They're
bury
lifting
it.
a pipeline?
You know, the old pipelines, the old oil pipelines.
Yeah.
Some of those have been replaced, but the old ones got to be lifted, you know, off the seabed. It's got to be either scrapped or cleaned out or buried where it is. Oil there.
Yeah.
You know, you can't leave oil in the pipe, but that's a very expensive operation. As is, you know, the decommissioning of platforms. That's why that Peter Sheltie, you know.
Is that like taking the platforms down or the legs down?
The platform off completely, and then it can lift the jacket completely, you know. And that's that'll make a pioneering spirit, they call it now, because they found out meant something else in another language.
What, something not very good?
Oh, I don't know. I think the second word was a swear word or something like that.
All right.
Yeah, pioneering spirit. Yeah, but they're building another one of those. It's even bigger again. Yeah.
I never thought they would pull the pipes back up. That's incredible. That would take a lot of effort.
Oh yeah, decommissioning pipelines, yeah, and gas pipelines even.
Like, have you laid pipes that they've pulled up?
No, this is mainly Norway,
Very
of course, Norway.
old ones.
You know.
Oh, okay.
Those, I mean, most of the pipelines will last up, you know, up to 60, 80 years, yeah, before they need serviced again. Particularly
Didn't they
the
have a
ones that are,
pipeline for airplane fuel or something?
For what?
Kerosene, airplane fuel. I'm sure they had a undersea pipeline of kerosene, and they needed to pull it up because from a war of some sort.
I don't know. Yeah,
You haven't
possibly.
heard of that?
No, no.
I imagine,
No,
they
I
have
mean-
to get the oil out of the old pipelines, don't they?
Yeah. Anyone they're decommissioning, yeah. But a lot of pipelines, particularly in the North Sea and the Gulf, are coming to the end of their life now. So what they do is they'll lift it, replace that section. They'll do it that way.
What, bit by bit?
Yeah, just replace it, But it's an ongoing learning thing because this is, it's not really happened before. It's a new industry, relatively, but particularly deep sea pipe. And as they go on, I just hope at some point there ain't a catastrophic accident.
Well, yeah. It seems like
Like
they're
the
pretty
BP.
safe and they know what they're doing, though.
Like the BP one, in the Gulf, that was bad, really bad.
Yeah, that sure was.
Like I say, it can bankrupt companies, heirs in that company. It's a big concern, spillage.
I guess that's part of the safety. They're trying to keep their reputation as well.
Big companies, not so much reputation, it's more money. How much would this cost us if this happened? And then they make insurance companies nervous because obviously insurance companies have got to insure them as well. So their insurance premiums are like silly money, depending on where they operate. Drilling in the Arctic or Antarctica, how much their insurance would cost them for an oil spillage.
Oh, yeah, the paperwork. It probably wouldn't even make sense reading it.
No.
It would be, yeah. No, I couldn't imagine what they'd need to pay for insurance. Just in case.
Yeah, the specifications in most operations and tooling, etc., on these projects are 4 or 5 times really what they have to be.
Oh, that's always good.
Yeah, just to be extra safe,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess last longer.
Oh yeah, I mean some of the oil and gas pipelines will last a couple of 100 years probably.
Oh, wow. Do you think they'll ever need to run one over the other? Have they ever come to that circumstance where you need to run a pipe over a cable or
No, the ones that are trenched, I mean, you'd have to design something else that wouldn't, damage the one beneath.
Yeah.
Depends how deep you trench a pipe.
Is the trenching is a ship in front of your ship though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been usually the run's been depends where it is or what kind of seabed you're on. Some pipe isn't trenched,
All right.
You've got, depending on the geographical seabed, how the layout is, it might be too awkward to trench or too expensive, to trench. There's all different ways, depending on the job, depending on the client's spec, depending on that country's rules as to what pipe, if it should be trenched or variations of that.
Yeah, because like I said, I was watching a documentary and they were laying a fiber optic line and they were trenching only certain parts, the parts that were flat. And they had to go over like a hilly structure and they had to even go in between, like a hill on the bottom of the seabed.
Well, in the North Sea, I mean,
but they had a ship in front of them digging, and the ship that would lay down the line would also cover the hole that the ship in front of it dug as it was laying it in the line. Is that how it worked with the pipe as well? Or did your ship
backfills
also dig in front of it?
No, well, depending on the ship I was on, the Dacia, I mean, it just laid the pipe and backfilled behind itself, but there was a pre-trencher. In the North Sea, where you get, I mean, the North Sea is a shallow sea, very shallow sea, and it's relatively flat. But as you get to the coast, obviously, you've got undulation in the seafloor. They'll actually fill in those voids, to make it flatter.
Oh, really?
Trench, and they'll trench at the same time. If it's too deep a dip, they will fill that in. They'll get ships that will fill that in, make that more level. Trenchers that will dig out, before. It all depends on, let's say, there are a lot of variations, but it's a very, very, very expensive process.
Yeah, I would imagine. Like, it would take a lot of precision.
Well, that's all satellite positioning then. But they could tolerate. I mean, you can put something on the seabed to within, a couple of centimeters. At 3,000 feet.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Is the hole wider than usual trenches, or is it just big enough for the pipe? The trench, is it wide enough for the pipe, or is it overly wide so you can always get it inside of it?
No, it's not much wider than the pipe. The wider you go, the more expensive it becomes. But it's normally a couple of meters deep.
Is there something that follows the ship on the base of the ocean that fills it in?
Some ships,
like the ship drags something.
Yeah, some ships will fill in as they go, as they lay the pipe. And then some will be backfilled, by another ship behind it. All depends on the job, where it is, how easy it is, what the seabed is, if it's just silt, if it's mixed with silt, shallow. If you're close to the coast, it's a lot easier. When you're offshore, the further out you go, the easier it becomes, actually, even though it's deeper.
Yeah, I thought it would become harder, but I guess if it's still connected to it, it becomes a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's easier offshore. I've been in the control rooms of the ship. It's not really my area, I was just a welder. But the control rooms, it's like a space shuttle fucking scenario. Just as a visitor, look like you push any buttons. Yeah, even to the point where the internet is very difficult to get because interference to their guidance systems. Yeah.
All right. So you needed to turn all your mobile phones and that type of thing off.
Well, you can get the internet, but it's not. It's very limited to what you can do. Resources are dedicated to the ship's, navigation system. It's all shielded as well. You've got to be very close to the bridge, even to get the internet.
All right. And does the bridge have satellite internet and then just Wi-Fi it out to you guys?
No, they don't actually give us Wi-Fi. We're stealing a bit of their internet. It's not officially available.
All right.
They don't want anything interfering with that. Oh, wow. So, when I was offshore, I just didn't bother with the internet at all, to be honest, because it was that unreliable.
Were there other methods to contact home?
Yeah. You could send messages and texts. I mean, to actually speak to someone, it was very haphazard. you know, radiation around the ship's own signal. Just interfere with it too much.
Wow, yeah, that must take some precision.
Well, they've got the same kind of navigation, or probably, I would say in some cases, it might even be more advanced than some military ships have. You know. Well, I think it's dead in here, isn't it?
Yeah, chat hasn't moved in a while.
Yeah, click on that. You know those. Click on those three dots. You can bring up.
Yeah, view active users.
There's nobody in there. Might have a cup of tea, Rupert, and jump over to Newsmax.
Yep, I might go do something as well before the shop shut.
All
it was
right.
good speaking to you, D-Beck. I probably won't speak to you again over Christmas, so you have a good Christmas.
Oh, yeah, you too, mate. Yeah, I might catch you later. Yeah.
Yep, take care.
Ta-ra. You ain't awake the window, are you? Huh? This.